The darkness continues.
This black woman has done a job on her children. And the residual effects of her failure are evident all in Black America.
Them old mamas.
Dark Exodus.
We gotta stop this shit.
Think about this.
Dark Exodus. The protester.
We gotta stop this shit from happening to us.
Open your
We gotta stop this shit.
mind.
You know. We gotta stop this shit from happening to us.
Dark Exodus.
Yeah, X.
We gotta stop this shit.
Open your mind.
You know.
Dark Exodus.
We gotta stop this shit from happening to us.
You understand? Dark Exodus.
Yeah, X. Open your mind.
You know. We gotta stop this shit.
You understand? Dark Exodus.
Open your mind. Yeah, X.
We gotta stop this shit from happening to us.
Dark Exodus.
You know.
Open your
Dark Exodus.
And peace. Peace, folks, and welcome back to another edition of the Prophet of Thought series right here on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. I'm your host, X, of course, but you knew that already. That's why y'all black asses are here. This is part 2 of a double cast that I did with my boy, brother Big Nate. Hopefully he'll be able to join me. Also, brother Sir Tice as well. Y'all can see what's scrolling down there. Feeding the failure. Yeah. And those of you who have been following me for a while, tonight we're going to get a little bit of classic X. Yeah, we're going to get a little bit of the old classic X tonight, Negroes. But as always, I like to start the stream off with thanking you good folks for your likes, your shares, your subscriptions, your views, your hard-earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces. Because, see, I realize you don't have to do it. You don't have to show up to these damn streams. You don't have to like these videos, share them. You don't have to subscribe to this damn channel. And you definitely don't have to spend your hard-earned coins on this platform. But you good folks choose to do so, man. And I want you to know, man, that I'm humbled. I am honored. I am thankful. I'm appreciative for everything that you do, man. I don't take you good folks lightly. I never have, and I never will. All right? All right. So, you see the sign. Let's get at it. Now, you can see the title, right? It's called Feeding the Failure. And as I was telling my brother Big Nate earlier, oh, damn, I forgot to do roll call. My bad, y'all. Y'all should have said something. Y'all know we usually do roll call on a Thursday night. Hold on. My bad. Slipping up. I see brother Little Rock in the house. Peace, what's good? Lady Celine in the house. What's good, Lady Celine? Brother Sheed in the house. What's good? What's good? Brother Chris G is in the house. What's good? Brother D Rock, longtime follower of the T.P.O.T YouTube page. What's good, brother? Juan G's. What's good, brother? Brother Juan G's in the house. Latin Patriot is in the house. What's good, Latin Patriot? Appreciate you coming through. I don't know if it's brother Latin Patriot or lady Latin Patriot. You can inform me on that later if you want to. Brother Osama is in the house. What's good, brother Osama? I see you up there, man. Brother Cool Kamasi, what's good with it, brother? I see you up there, man. What's going on? What's going on? All right. So, as you can see from the title, it's called Feeding the Failure. And if you were tuned in to Brother Big Nate Show earlier, you kind of got an idea of what we're going to be talking about here tonight. If you look at this photo behind me, I'm going to be introducing you to these two children here. One girl, one boy. Both of them, 2 different ages, but both of them suffer from the same thing, childhood obesity. Now, you also see 2 other people in this photo. They old mammies. And we already know they are at fault for this. We know it. So, without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to show y'all a clip. And of course, in between the clip, I'll be stopping when I hear ridiculous stuff. Hey, what's good, Lady Jazzy? I see you up there. What's good with it? I might bring Lady Jazzy up later if she's here, because Lady Jazzy, as y'all know, has been on my show before herself. I don't mind if she'll say this. You know, she spoke about the abuse, trauma that she went through when she was a child. And I think that some of this stuff is connected. So if you're hanging out around later on, Lady Jazzy, it would be nice to bring you up, all right? If you have time, all right? If you have time, Lady Jazzy. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to show y'all this here clip so y'all can kind of get a feel to what X is getting at tonight. So let me go ahead and actually had this set up already, and then I reset my computer, y'all, and did some bullshit. So but yeah, I got it. All right. So,
and 12-year-old Brianna struggles to get out of bed.
Before you brush your teeth.
Her days often start the same. Today's breakfast is a Pop-Tart, followed by a sandwich, capped off with some chips.
let's stop right there, goddammit. Let's stop right there. I heard that, right? Pop-Tart, sandwich, chips, breakfast. How the hell is breakfast and potato chips in the same goddamn sentence? Well, let's continue.
So what are some of the things you know you got to give up? Chips, candy, and sugar?
Brianna is dangerously overweight.
How could I weigh this much and I'm just a kid?
And she's not alone. It's estimated that over 12 million children in America are considered obese, a number that's tripled in the past 30 years.
Y'all heard that, right? It's tripled in the last 30 years. Tripled. Let's continue.
Big breath.
This is a health crisis, the likes of which we've never seen. For the first time in history, our children may have shorter lifespans than their parents.
In the first time in history, our children may have shorter lifespans than their parents. Let that sink in. And if you really want to get into it, if we keep this kind of crap up, a lot of us, instead of getting buried by our children, will be burying them. But let's continue.
It's a ticking time bomb. By the time he's 20, he's going to be at least 500 pounds.
Hold up. Did y'all hear that? A ticking time bomb. By the time he's 20, 500 pounds. But look at mom. You see what mom looks like, right? You see what mom looks like. Let's continue.
Tonight, we'll journey deep into the heart of the South, the hardest hit region, to find out why America's next generation is battling obesity and how it's threatening all our futures. So we've all heard that we are the fattest country in the world, but what you might not know is that 1 in 6 American kids is considered to be obese. How did we get here? Our story starts in Little Rock, Arkansas, one of the poorest states in America. It's home to Stacy, a single mother struggling to take care of her 4 kids.
Hold up. A single mother struggling to take care of her 4 kids. Now, we know this was how it was going to start, right? We pretty much knew this is how it was going to start, right? Okay, let's continue.
Papa! Yay, come on, Trees, high five. You got it, Trees, yay. Yeah.
This is Jalen, her youngest. The last time he got on a scale, he weighed 93 pounds.
93 pounds. 93 pounds. I think I said 90 earlier when I was on Brother Nate's stream, but 93 pounds, y'all. Just let that sit in your head for a few moments.
Jalen is only 4 years old.
4 years old, people. 4 years old. Let's run that back.
This is Jalen, her youngest. The last time he got on a scale, he weighed 93 pounds. Jalen is only 4 years old.
Go, Jalen, go! Go, Jalen, go!
In a family of thin siblings, how did one child, a child as young as Jalen, become obese?
Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing because his siblings don't look like that. So obviously something's going on here, right? And it gets better, y'all. It gets better.
All right, good job, Jalen, good job. You all right? You're breathing kind of hard. Do you want to sit down and rest? No. You okay?
Jalen's clearly an active little boy, so it must be something else. The answer started to become very clear to me inside Stacy's home.
What is your problem? I'm getting ready to fix some lunch, y'all. Get ready to eat. Come on.
Life isn't easy for Stacy. She's got her hands full, and when Jalen starts to cry, she'll do anything to make it stop.
Let me fix you some. Will you eat for me first, and then you get back on the computer?
All too often, Stacy relies on
What kind of fucking curtains are those on the goddamn wall? Jesus Christ.
food to assuage Jalen's tantrums. It's a pattern that started when he was just a baby.
Your other kids are very thin. How do you think Jalen got this way?
I've always fed all of them the same. With Jalen, he just wanted a little bit extra.
Is it hard to say no to Jalen when he's begging you for things?
Yes.
Is it hard to say no to Jalen when he's begging you for things? Yes. Come on, lady. He's fucking 4. He's 4. Let's continue.
Why is it so hard?
Because he's my baby. And as a mother, when a child comes up and tells you that he's hungry, your first instinct is to feed him.
Those extra portions quickly added up to extra pounds. Love for her youngest child has blinded Stacy to Jalen's dramatic weight gain and the consequences that are starting to show.
All right, Jalen, come on, big boy, it's bedtime. Let's put your mask on. Can you sit up for me? Sit up for me, let me put your mask on. I don't want to go to bed. Okay.
It took a medical emergency to open Stacy's eyes. When Jalen was just 2, she discovered he was struggling to breathe at night. Doctors diagnosed Jalen with sleep apnea.
Diagnosed with sleep apnea at fucking 2. And anybody who say this fucking old mama ain't to blame for this shit, you are out of your fucking mind. Let's continue.
With so much extra weight on his chest, he can't get enough oxygen. Without the assistance of a respiratory ventilator at night, he stops breathing for seconds at a time.
Okay, close your eyes. Good night, son.
Can somebody please tell me? Please, can somebody tell me why is a 4-year-old sleeping with the fucking sleep apnea machine? Can somebody please explain that to me in the chat room? Because, you know, I'm just an old nigga. Can somebody please explain it to me, please? Can somebody who knows something about this, please put the explanation in the chat if you don't mind. Let's continue.
It's a nightly reminder for Stacy that all is not well with her child, that things have to change.
Good night. As his mother, I don't want to bury my son. I want my son to have to bury me. That's just the way it is. I don't want to be without him.
Since the diagnosis, Stacy and Jalen have been making regular visits to the Arkansas Children's Hospital.
Bullshit. Listen to what's being said here. Can y'all hear what's being said here? Are y'all listening? She said, right, that he was diagnosed with this when he was 2 years old. He's 4 now. So if since the diagnosis, she's been taking him to this Arkansas Children hospital, why is he still 93 fucking pounds? Why is he still using a fucking a sleep apnea machine if she's been taking him ever since the diagnosis, which they said happened 2 years ago? Right? You mean to tell me in 2 years, this freaking broad has not figured this out? 2 years and he's damn near 100 pounds still? Anyway, let's continue.
To try and get his weight under control.
Good morning, Jay.
Oh, you mean the shit she hasn't done in the last 2 years? You left that part out, Mrs. I guess Lisa Ling. Oh, and fair use, Negroes. Fair use.
Jones, 9 o'clock appointment.
Despite his young age, Jalen's size is now far from unusual. 1 out of every 7 low-income preschool children are considered obese. The clinic here is trying to help families create healthier habits for themselves and their kids. Like many with no health insurance.
Did y'all hear that? I'm going to play it again.
Obese. The clinic here is trying to help families.
9 o'clock appointment.
Despite his young age, Jalen's size is now far from unusual. 1 out of every 7 low-income preschool children are considered obese.
Low-income preschool children, 1 out of 7, are considered obese. Because there is a socio-economic component to this. But I don't think it's so much the money, or should I say the lack thereof. I think it's the fucking mind frame. But anyway, let's continue.
The clinic here is trying to help families create healthier habits for themselves and their kids. Like many with no health insurance, Stacy must rely on Medicaid to cover the bill. The costs are growing for the whole nation. It's estimated that we're spending $168 billion a year.
$168 billion a year. Because these hoes, and that's right, I said hoes, Negroes. Because these hoes can't stop pouring sugar, corn syrup, and any damn thing else they can find down their children's throats. Because believe it or not, brothers, we're paying for this shit, all right? We're paying for this irresponsibility. You do realize that, right? So this isn't just their problem. It's also yours. Let's continue.
To fight obesity.
It's been getting harder to say no to him because he's constantly pleading with me and pleading with me and pleading with me all the time. And that's the hard part, just having to say no. I can say no and he's gonna still ask.
So in those instances when Jalen is profusely begging, what should she do?
She needs to ignore him, and we've talked about this, and that's...
Each team member drives home the same message. For Jalen to lose weight, Stacy has to hold firm and learn to say no.
I talked to the nutritionist, physical therapist, and the psychologist before coming in.
His primary care physician, Dr. Razak, has the toughest message.
I know it's not going to be easy hearing this, but I have to tell you this. I can't sugarcoat this. Yeah. He's in the obese category, and that means if he does not make lifestyle changes, it's a guarantee that he will have the diseases like high blood pressure, diabetes, cholesterol problems, joint problems, depression, self-esteem issues, sleep issues, and I can go on and on and on.
But he's not there?
He's not there, but these cholesterol problems, not make lifestyle changes, it's a guarantee that he will have the diseases like high blood pressure, diabetes, cholesterol problems, joint problems, depression, self-esteem issues, sleep issues, and I can go on and on and on.
But he's not there?
He's not.
And you listening to his old mammy sitting up there talking about, oh, he's not there. Yeah, he's there. What's the matter with you? He's been there for 2 years, madam. 2 motherfucking years he's been there. He was diagnosed with sleep apnea 2 years ago. Why the fuck is he still fat? Why the fuck do you even still have this kid? Let's go there. Why do you still have this child? Because ever since the diagnosis from 2 years ago, you've known about this problem, right? You've been putting him on a fucking breathing machine at night for 2 years, right? From what they're saying, you've been going to this center and listening to the nutritionists and doctors and everybody else for 2 years, right? So you've had 2 years to work on this. Madam, I say again, why do you still have this boy? And of course, brothers, what's missing from this picture? What's missing? Who's in the doctor's office? Who's at the house? Who's in the front yard with this child? Or should I say, who is not? But let's continue.
Not there, but it's a guarantee. It's a ticking time bomb. It's not a matter of if it's going to happen, it's a matter of when.
77% of obese children become obese adults. It's a preventable problem, but only if parents take action.
You heard that, right? It's a preventable problem, but only if the parents take action, which this broad obviously has no intention on doing, folks. None whatsoever. It's been 2 fucking years. But let's continue.
Where you at?
Right here.
Huh?
Come up.
Okay. I'm angry at myself because I let it get out of control.
No shit. You think? You think you let him? You think you let it get out of control? Old mama? You think? Where's Captain Obvious when you need him? Let's continue.
Jalen is my baby, and I love him just like I love all of them. And I want him healthy, and I'm willing to do any and everything to see that happen. I don't want to hurt him any more than I already have.
If Stacy doesn't act now, Jalen's future could look a lot like what I'm about to find in Mississippi, the fattest state in the country, where nearly 35% of the population is obese.
But let's just stop here. Now, of course, we know that this diagnosis, she got it 2 years ago, correct? She's obviously been going to all these specialists that all of us help pay for the past 2 years, correct? We probably bought that fucking breathing machine, brothers. Yeah, we probably bought that too, right? Now, she talks about how she doesn't want to hurt him any more than she's already hurt him. So she knows It's not like she doesn't know that she's responsible for this shit. It's not like she doesn't know. She knows that she's responsible for this shit, right? But like I was saying earlier, over there on Brother Big Nate's, if you look at her, look at her.
Him just like I love all of them. And I want him healthy. And I'm willing to do any and everything to see that happen. I don't want to hurt him any more than I already have.
If Stacy doesn't act now, Jalen's future could look a lot like what I'm about to find in Mississippi, the fattest state in the country, where nearly 35% of the population.
Now look at this woman. Look at her. Look at her walking with the son. Do any one of you in this audience believe that this woman is going to stop feeding this boy crap? Because number one, she's not going to stop eating crap. She's not. And where is the motherfucker who crawled on top of this damn sea donkey? Where the fuck is he at? He need to be watching this shit so he can go and get his fucking son. You understand? Do you understand me? He needs to be watching this tonight so he can go and get his fucking son away from this fucking woman. Because this woman is literally killing this boy. I know it may not look like it to you people, but she is literally killing this boy. And she's been doing it for the past 2 years. And she even admitted it herself. She knows she's doing it. She knows she's doing
Is obese, and a 12-year-old girl is facing the struggle of her life. We're in the small rural town of Durant, Mississippi. This is Brianna. She's just 12 years old, but she already weighs 347 pounds.
Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? 347 pounds. She's 12. 347 pounds. 12. Why is this child still with her mother? Why? Why is this child still living with this woman? You trying to tell me this is not abuse of this kid? A 12-year-old kid. I'm an old-ass man, and I'm probably a little overweight, too. I'm 6'2". I weigh 225. Just kind of let that swirl around in your mind. Are you fucking kidding me, lady? And when I say lady, I don't mean the kid. I mean her old mammy. Let's continue.
I used to go outside a lot and go play, ride my bike, and just go to the Boys and Girls Club, run and play dodgeball. But I got lazy and then never wanted to do nothing.
10 pounds when she was born, Brianna was a healthy baby. Her family moved from Illinois.
Uh-oh. There's something we don't see that often in these stories. A man. But obviously not around like he's supposed to be, because if he was, she fucking wouldn't look like that. And if he is around, this motherfucker is despicable. if he is around, he has let this fucking girl down just as much as her mother has. I say again, 347 pounds, 12 years old. Are you fucking kidding me? You fucking Negroes. But let's continue.
Illinois to Mississippi when she was 9 years old. She became increasingly inactive and her weight began to get out of control.
9 years old, right? So they were seeing this at 9. She's 12. 3 years. 3 fucking years, folks, to fucking work on this. But, it's fine. Let her eat fucking nachos and potato chips and ho-hos and fucking devil dogs for breakfast. That's fine. No problem. Chase it down with a 2-liter fucking Pepsi. It's fine. 12 years old, damn near 350. That's no big deal, right? No big deal, right? No big deal, right? Let's continue. We're almost done, folks.
Weight that she might have burned off through exercise started piling on. It more than doubled over the next 3 years.
3 years, weight doubles. So that means what? She's 350. Let's round it off to 350. That means she was 175 at one point, which is way too fucking big as well. But in 3 years, you sat back, watched this fucking kid just balloon the fuck up. What were you doing all this time? That's what I'm interested in. What are these fucking people doing, man, as these fucking kids begin to balloon the fuck up? What are they doing? What are they doing? Well, I know what they're doing. They're pouring fucking garbage in their fucking mouths and letting them eat the shit 25 times a day and making sure they don't get any fucking physical activity because they want their fucking kids to look just like them. Right? Right? Dumb hoes. Let's continue.
Are you ready? Yes! T-I-G-E-R-S. Tigers, roar! All right, crank the plane. We're gonna do a relay racing, okay?
It's hot outside for everyone in PE class, but the hundreds of extra pounds Brianna's carrying makes it worse.
I'm sure it does. But before we end this, let's have another gander at what Brianna life looks like.
It's Saturday, and 12-year-old Brianna struggles to get out of bed.
I help Pop-Tart before you brush your teeth.
Her days often start the same. Today's breakfast is a Pop-Tart, followed by a sandwich, capped off with some chips.
So what are some of the things you know you got to give up? Chip.
Now, I'm sitting here, and I missed this in the beginning. Excuse me, y'all. She's asking her what things. Yeah, brother Indigenous, the goddamn gym coach was fat as a motherfucker. Ain't that something? How the fuck are you teaching physical education and you out that motherfucker looking like you out that motherfucker looking like Jabba the Hutt your damn self. I mean, come on. But anyway, she's sitting here, right? And she's freaking asking the kid, what things do you have to give up? How about this, your old mama? How about you say, look here, girl, I'm not buying no motherfucking chips. I ain't buying no soda. I ain't buying no bullshit. God damn it, for breakfast, your ass gonna have a grapefruit. God damn it, for dinner, you're going to be eating some fucking peas and carrots. You're going to be drinking water around this motherfucker. How about that, Mom? Why are you asking her? Oh, does she have a job? Does she buy the fucking food? Does she have a job, Mom? I just want to know. Oh, she's going to the fucking grocery store and bringing back the chips and the soda and the fucking candy bars and the fucking ring dings and shit. Oh, she's doing it, right, Mom? Huh? She's doing it, right, Mom? So, of course, you have to ask her about whether or not she's going to give up the chips, the soda, and all that kind of shit. Really, Mom? Really? Let's continue.
Candy and sugar?
Brianna is dangerously overweight.
How could I weigh this much and I'm just a kid?
I'll tell you why, little girl. I'll tell you why you weigh this much and you're just a kid. Your mom's an idiot. Let me be the first to tell you. Your mom's an idiot. She doesn't really care about you, child. She doesn't. But she's making sure that you're an exact fucking duplicate of her, child. This is why you weigh that much. Because your mom has no discipline. So, of course, she makes sure you don't have any either. Because, see, you can't teach people a language that you yourself do not speak. And looking at mom here, she has no discipline. Because guess what? Her fat ass sitting up there eating chips, candy, ho-hos, and motherfucking strawberry-filled donuts for fucking breakfast too. So, of course, she allows you to eat it. And instead of asking the fucking child, what should you give up? She should be saying, what are we going to give up? Right? But I say again, young lady, old mama's an irresponsible motherfucker. She don't care about you, girl. I suggest you get on the phone today. If you have a father and you have his number, please call him, little girl. Call him. Call him and tell him you want to come live with him. Because that's probably the only way you're ever going to lose a fucking pound. If mom has her way, in another year, you'll weigh 547 pounds. She doesn't care. She doesn't give a shit. That's why she's sitting at the table asking you, a fucking 12-year-old, what you need to give up. Instead of fucking telling you and instructing you about what you should give up. This is why you look this way, child. It's not your fault. I do not blame you, child. It is not your fault, little girl. It's this fucking person's fault. Right here. Right here. And she continues to act like it's all on you, little girl. Yeah, it's all on you. You need to stop eating this. You need to stop eating that. No, mom. You need to stop fucking buying it. How hard is that? How hard is that, mom? To say, look, child, I'm not buying no more of this bullshit. But see, if she says that, you know what that means? Her black ass would have to stop eating it too. And you know she has no intention on doing that. Right? But I have another clip for you good folks. Furnished by the one and only Brother SKC. And by the way, speaking of SKC, My brother does a lot of things, man. He does all kinds of stuff. He does all kinds of videos, graphics, animation, whatever you want. So if you're looking for something nice to go on your website, your YouTube page, or whatever, you might want to check this here fella out. Yeah, man. Holla at my boy, man. Brother SKC, man. It's SKC at skcwork.com. The brother's nice. He is. But anyway, let me see if I can get this other one up. Because he did send me some things. Let me see. God damn it. So much. He sends me so much shit. God damn. I think this is it.
The connections between obesity and geography. Health correspondent Betty Ann Bowser reports on the prevalence of so-called food deserts in the South. It's the second of her two-part report on America's obesity epidemic. The health unit is a partnership with the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation.
The small towns of the Mississippi Delta have a tempo of life all their own. The landscape is dotted with rural enclaves like Lambert, here in the northwest part of the state, population 1,700. It's the kind of place where everybody knows each other. On Sunday morning, the Good Book rules.
All right. You know we must stop here. You know we had to stop there. Hold up, it goddamn moved. Why does this do this? I'm not quite understanding why it does that. But just look around, man, in this here church. What do you see? Fat ass motherfucking broads.
Sunday morning, the Good Book rules supreme. So people here have no trouble getting their souls nourished. The problem is getting nourishment for their bodies. Lambert is what's known as a food desert because...
Uh-oh. Where'd we hear that before? Fucking food desert. It's a food desert. It's crazy because you always hear people talk about these food deserts, right? But every fucking body in the food, quote unquote, desert is fucking fat. I had I had Brother Obsidian on here, man, like I guess like a month or two ago, and he was on here talking about his book. And we were talking about the quote unquote food deserts, and he said something that was really prolific. He said, yeah, he said these food deserts are all over the place, but everybody's fat. He said that's the same thing as a man being on a real desert, but he's pissing all the time from all the water that he drinks. Just crazy. But let's continue.
Finding a place that sells good fresh food is like looking for a needle in a haystack. If you live in Lambert and you need groceries, your only option is this convenience store. On the day we were here, there were no fresh fruits or vegetables, a few cold cuts, and the prices were high. The Department of Agriculture says 23.5 million Americans, including 6.5 million children, live in low-income areas more than a mile from a supermarket. Lifelong resident Jennifer Hoskins says it's not easy to find healthy food for her family.
It's really hard because, you know, when I was coming up, we had greens and gardens and all that, but now you have to buy produce. So it's real hard for the kids. I mean, the majority of them, they eat.
Yeah, they don't have good food, but they have fucking rims, right? But they have motherfucking rims, right? They have fucking rims and all this kind of bull. Let's continue.
It's like pieces, and that's obesity.
Like so many Delta towns, Lambert was once the heart of a thriving farming community in Quitman County. Most of its residents are African American and descendants of sharecroppers.
Y'all heard that right? These people are descendants of sharecroppers. Me and Brother Supreme was on the phone today, man, and we were talking about this earlier. These motherfuckers are descendants of fucking farmers. But nobody farms. Isn't that something? How the fuck y'all are descendants of farmers, but not anyone farms? Just fuck it. Fuck what my family did to make a living and have food and shit. Just fuck that. Let's just sit around, get fat as a motherfucker, and bitch and moan about how far it is to get to the fucking store to get something to eat. Yeah. Let's continue.
Farm workers were replaced by machines. Many found work in nearby textile mills. But over the past decade, those jobs have also dried up. Today, nearly half the town lives below the federal poverty line.
I first was growing up a girl here in this town. Everything was here. We even had dry goods stores. We had a grocery store. We had a pharmacy. We had all that, a doctor's office. But now it's nothing here.
Except in a few cases, the food that's grown here is rarely eaten here. That's because the rich farmland is used to grow commodity crops that are shipped out. The closest grocery store is over 3 miles away.
Oh, a whole 3 miles? Wow, how would they ever make it? How would they ever make those 3 fucking miles? I'll probably walk more than 3 fucking miles a day when I'm out fucking working. It's 3 miles away. Let's continue.
And even there, produce is pricey, and locals say often the pickings are slim. We weren't permitted inside with our cameras. It's more than a 20-mile drive to get to a store with better and less expensive selection.
20 miles? Whatever would they fucking do? 20 miles. I see cars and shit with rims on them. Those cars can't get 20 miles away to make sure you got a decent motherfucking, a decent amount of grocery in your house. 20 miles is what stands between you eating right. Ugh. Let's continue.
And in this part of Mississippi, there is no public transportation, no taxis.
But there's rims.
In American food deserts, gas stations, convenience stores, and fast food restaurants are the only places to buy something to eat. And when money is tight,
that's a fucking lie.
The dollar menu at the local fast food joint is tempting. At the only McDonald's in Quitman County, the salad menu isn't served. So it's burgers, McNuggets, and the like.
The variety of foods that are available are poor quality nutrients.
And here's the fucking old white man fucking sticking up for these motherfuckers. As usual, there's always some white motherfucker talking about, oh, you know, they're poor. They can't get to the store. It's not their fault that they can't get to the store and the food and the food quality is poor. Always some white motherfucker standing up there defending this fucking nonsense. Always. Let's continue.
Dr. Al Raza is the district health officer for 18 counties in northwest Mississippi. He's been working as a public health official in the Delta for 40 years.
I had a malnutrition problem when I arrived. I have a malnutrition problem now. Back then, it was the absence of food or the unavailability of food that was the problem. and now I've got this abundance of food.
The problem now, Rouses says, is that the food people eat is loaded with calories and fat, and they're leading more sedentary lives. Medical studies show that people who live in these food deserts have higher rates of obesity, heart disease, high blood pressure, and diabetes than those in areas served by mainstream grocers.
We can't tell people to buy fresh food if there's no place to buy it, right?
Oh, shut the fuck up. Let's continue.
First Lady Michelle Obama has zeroed in on food deserts as part of her signature campaign to end childhood obesity. And the Obama administration pledged $400 million to help underserved areas. Last month, she visited the state's capital, Jackson.
If you've seen it, you know how hard it is. So we got to make it easier. We got to eliminate food deserts and make sure that there are more grocery stores and farmers markets in communities.
And exactly how do you make that happen, lady? Exactly how do you make that happen? How do you make sure there's more grocery stores somewhere? How do you make sure there's more farmers market somewhere? I'd like to know how you make that happen exactly. What do you force Kroger's to come in there? Do you force Harris Teeter to come in there? Do you force Walmart to have a grocery store in there? I mean, how does this happen exactly? What do you mean? Oh, the government is going to what? Turn the screws on these big grocery chains and say, hey, look, get in those towns, open up stores so these people can have healthy goddamn food. See, I told y'all I wasn't fucking around tonight. I wasn't. Told y'all was getting classic fucking Xavier tonight. I didn't want to go off like this on my brother Nate show because I didn't want to fuck his channel up. But this is my shit. So I'm saying whatever the fuck I want. And these people who get up here and make fucking excuses for these people, they are part of the fucking problem. They're the bulk of the problem. They are fucking enablers. Because they sit back and they tell these fucking people, oh, it's not your fault that you're fucking fat. It's the grocery store's fault that you're fat because, see, they didn't choose to bring a grocery store where you live at. It's the government's fault because, see, we didn't make them bring stores in here where you live at. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry. Let's continue.
But it's not all bleak. A group of local growers and community organizers is trying to expand farmers markets in the Delta and get their produce into local school cafeterias. Farmer Cornelius Toole is part of an effort to help students grow their own vegetables.
We just got to teach our kids about healthy eating and teach them where food comes from and teach them what they need to know about it.
Well, let's see how much you just heard what this brother said, right? Let's see how much time they spend on this guy. You heard what he said, right? You heard what he said. He said, we got to teach our kids how to grow food, teach them about healthy food, etc., etc. Let's see. Appreciate that super chat, brother. I ain't got on my damn glasses. I can't see because the chat room is on that thing. Hold on. I appreciate that. Looks like, why are you gonna make me do this? You know I'm an old Negro. God damn it. Seymour Dix. Appreciate that $5 super chat. They say I slept my way to the top, and you need food, not jobs. Okay, let's continue. But yeah, y'all just heard the brother. The brother actually dropped a few jewels. Matter of fact, let's hear the brother again. Cause see, I'll give him some shine, even though they not. I'm gonna give brother Cornelius Toole some shine. God damn it. He's the only person I heard up here that's worth listening to. Let's continue.
We just got to teach our kids about healthy eating and teach them where food comes from and teach them what they need to know about it.
Isn't that a novel idea? Teaching his kids, teaching the kids about food, about how to grow it, where it comes from, how to get it. Imagine that. But my question is, why does Brother Tool have to say this? How about your goddamn parents tell you this? And in most of these cases, we can't even use the word parents because that would indicate plural, right? That would mean there's two of them, right? But we know that's not the case, right? When we talk about these situations, we're talking about a parent. If you can fucking call them that. If you can call them that. But let's continue. We're almost done, folks.
Life all their own. The landscape is dotted with rural enclaves like Lambert.
Oh, damn, how we get that far?
And those in areas
I don't know what happened, y'all.
pledged $400 million.
Make sure that there are more grocery stores.
Farmer Cornelius Toole is part of an effort to help students grow their own.
Shout out to Brother Toole. Shout out to Brother Toole.
Kids about healthy eating and teach them where food comes from and teach them what they need to know about it.
Our Father in heaven, in Jesus' name.
And at the New Mount Zion Baptist Church in Lambert, Pastor Michael Jossel and his wife Evelyn do their part.
We don't just grow vegetables for ourselves because our children are grown, basically. We grow enough vegetables to feed the entire congregation, especially the elderly. We have a healthier congregation initiative. We've partnered with other congregations in the community where we are growing a community garden. That's on a larger scale. We're not going to change it overnight, but I think if we're consistent and we do it collectively and collaboratively, then I think we can make a difference.
While locals pray, government.
You mean to tell me the fucking church is actually doing something for black folks? I can't fucking believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. The black church is actually doing something for black people. Ain't that something? Shout out to that church. Shout out to that church. But let's freeze frame here. What do you see? Oh, fat hoes. Just old and fat. Look at them. I find it hard to believe that these old mamas can teach anybody anything about living healthy, about eating healthy, about doing any of this shit. Now, let's go back a few moments, y'all. And they talked about how the stores were 3 miles away, 20 miles away, and you know, all this stuff. It's a impediment to getting there, to get fresh vegetables and all that kind of stuff. But what do all these fucking old, fat, churchy motherfucking women got on the top of their fucking heads? Wigs, weaves. Are those within 3 miles of uptown? Are those within 20 miles of town? Just curious. Because the food is too far to get, right? So they say. But they don't have no problem getting these damn wigs, do they? I guess the wig store must be within 3 miles. It must be within 20 miles. It must be. No one can get food, but everybody can get a motherfucking wig. Let's continue. We're almost done, folks.
Government incentives will encourage mainstream grocers to come to their communities. They know the solutions to changing the food landscape of the Delta won't come easy and won't come from Washington alone.
And that is the end of our video presentation. I hope y'all got a kick out of it. But let us be clear, man. And notice on that video, at the end of it, what'd you see inside the old church? What'd you see? Hoes, old hoes, and kids. That's all you see. It's amazing how there's so many children just running around and so many hoes everywhere. What the fuck happens to the men? What, do they fucking disappear? After they done climbed on top of one of these sea donkeys and squirted a baby in them, I guess they just disappear into the fucking trees after that, right? What do they fucking ascend up into the fucking sky like Jesus, I guess, because that's all you see. Young hoes, old hoes, and kids. That's it. That's it. And you can't tell me that that's not part of the fucking problem. I don't give a shit. Get mad at me, say I'm misogynistic, I hate our people, and also kind of foolishness, which is bullshit. There's no way these fucking children should be suffering this fucking child obesity rate like this, folks. You can't convince me that it's the white man. You can't convince me it's the white power structure. You can't convince me that it's fucking racism and all this old kind of bullshit. No. No. It's irresponsible ass motherfucking activity of people. Them pouring that fucking irresponsibility fucking nectar on their kids. Then sit up there and talk about what ain't there. We don't have a store here. We don't have a supermarket here. We don't have this here. We don't have that here. But you got fucking rims, right? Do they sell rims in that town? I guess they sell rims there, right? And wigs and bullshit. You can manage to get your hands on that. But you can't manage to get your hands on fresh vegetables. It's bullshit, folks. It's fucking bullshit. I don't fucking believe it. I want to show y'all something, man. And let me see. I saw my phone going off, so I'm gonna holler at y'all for the cash apps in a minute. But I want to show y'all this graph. I'm hoping Brother Sir Tice come through because he's like better at this shit than me. But I want to show y'all this graph right quick. Let's see. Oh, well, actually, no. I want to show y'all. Let me do this. Hold on a second, y'all. I got my shit all fucked up, man. Hold on a second. Because I want to show y'all some statistics, you know. I'm going to show y'all some of the white man's data. I'm going to show y'all a little white man's data right quick. Little white man's data. Let me show y'all a little bit of the white man's data. Hold on. Let me see. Let's see if I get the right one. There we go. All right. This is from Newsweek. And it says here, it says when kids are fat, they are less likely to have friends, study finds. So it goes beyond health, folks. It goes beyond the health of the child. We're talking about other shit now, all right? Childhood obesity has tripled in the U.S. since 1970, according to the Centers for Disease Control, more white man data. While there have been a number of studies detailing the physical health risks that can arise in overweight children, a new study conducted by researchers at the University of Southern California Keck School of Medicine is shedding light on some of the negative and positive implications of a child's weight can have when it comes to social engagement among the youth. Let's read that again. It's shedding light on some of the negative and positive implications a child's weight can have when it comes to social engagement. The study, published in the journal PLOS One Wednesday, found that middle school kids who were overweight tend to have fewer friends than their slimmer classmates, and they are more likely to be shunned by their peers. Overweight kids are being rejected by their peers. Kayla De La Haye, lead author of the study and assistant preventative medicine professor at the university, told Live Science Wednesday it's not just exclusion, but there's also an overt rejection and dislike for these kids. And this is a serious risk factor for them not having healthy social development. Yo, mammies. So not only are you killing them physically, you're making them antisocial. You dumbass women. Let's continue. For the study, researchers measured the height and weight of 504 preteens across 28 classrooms in the Netherlands and asked them to list an unlimited number of other kids they considered among their best friends. The children were also asked to list an unlimited number of classmates they disliked. The scientists then analyzed each child's body mass index while comparing the list of kids who were considered friends and those who were disliked. The results showed that the slimmer children were more likely to be considered friends compared to children who were overweight in 70% of the classrooms. Overweight kids were 1.7 times more likely to be disliked by their slimmer peers. And though the overweight children were 1.2 times more likely to dislike their peers, they were still more likely to list classmates as friends who did not include them in the same category. Isn't that something? So not only are these children's health at risk, their whole social interaction with other children, man, their whole engagement with other children, all of that. This doesn't just affect them physically, man. It affects them emotionally. It affects them psychologically. They are shunned by their peers. They are disliked by them peers. Now, I'm not saying that that's right. But what I'm saying is this. if you're feeding your child all this nonsense and they're fat as a motherfucker, not only are you setting them up for failure, not only are you feeding the failure as far as their health and physicality goes, you're also making them less likely to have any fucking friends. You're making it less likely for them to be able to socially interact with people, socially interact with other children. I mean, this is bigger than just the food. It's bigger than them not being able to take a flight of steps and not sound like they're running a marathon. It's bigger than that. And I played you the video earlier. 77% of these children are going to grow up to be overweight and obese adults. 7 out of 10. Damn near 8. All because mama doesn't care about these children. I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, people, oh, they're poor. You know, they're in food deserts and all this kind of nonsense. If that's the case, fine. I'm willing to give that argument because you know me. I love giving you the argument. Fine. I'll give you that fucking argument. If you're in a place where the food is shit, don't you think the right thing to do would to be eat less of it? Because I don't think eating candy bars will kill you unless you eat 30 of those motherfuckers a day. If you're eating 35 of them, if you eat 5 for breakfast, 6 for lunch, and fucking 20 of them for dinner, then just maybe they might just kill you. Yeah, they might just kill you. But if you only ate 1 a fucking day, I don't think that would kill you. So I say again, if you know the food around you is shit, don't you think having a little bit of moderation would help? Don't you think that would help you to not look like this? And maybe if you don't fucking look like this, your child won't look like this. I don't know. But then again, I'm just an old nigga. What do I know? But I did see the phone light up. Let me see what we got going on here. See what we got going on here on the Cash App thing. Oh, shit. Y'all showing the fuck out. Brother Osama with the Cash App. Appreciate that, brother. My man, Brother Osama. God damn it. Now my phone is freezing. Sorry, y'all. It is an Android. Yeah, it is an Android. Who else? My brother, Big Nate, with the Cash App. Appreciate that, brother Big Nate. Also, brother Sir Tice with the Cash App. Appreciate that, brother Sir Tice. I was hoping Sir Tice came up here. He must be doing something. Also, brother Rod. Appreciate that, brother Rod. And also, brother Kamasi as well. Appreciate you, brothers, for dropping your hard-earned coins on this here platform. It is appreciated. Now what I want to do, I want to show y'all a few things, and then I'm gonna bring some brothers up. Oh shit, Sir Tice is here. Sir Tice, man, check your email, brother. I sent you the link, and I sent Brother Nate the link too. Because like I said, Brother Sir Tice is a lot better at this shit than me. And I don't know what the fuck just happened just now, y'all. I think I'm having problems with my camera, y'all. I think my camera is trying to fucking break because it did the same stupid shit the other night. And I don't know why. Shit is crazy. It's been bugging out, man, the last couple of days. It should be going out, shutting off, coming in all fuzzy and shit. Oh, what the fuck be going on with it? Like right now, it's black. That shit good. Brother Art in the house. What's good, Brother Art? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened to my I don't know what's going on with my camera, y'all. Shit's bugging out. But anyway, at any rate, we'll worry about that later. Yeah, because I want to show y'all a few more things, and I want to bring some of the brothers up, and I definitely want to bring Brother Sir Tice up. So go ahead and get that out of here. Let me see. Because I want to show y'all this chart. First and foremost, I definitely want to show y'all this chart so y'all know I'm not making this shit up. I want to show y'all this here chart right quick. Let's see. I'm fucking up right now, y'all. Fucking up right now. Hold on. Okay. Let me see. Probably need to. Damn, now I can't goddamn find it, y'all. Shit. I was just looking at it today, too. All right. Okay, there it is. All right. Let's get that out of there. All right. So now y'all are looking at this for yourselves, right? I hope y'all can see this. Oh, and there go Brother Sir Tice. Bring him up in here. Now y'all see this chart, and this is probably a chart that Brother Sir Tice probably already showed y'all before.
Show did.
Percentage of males and females ages 12 to 19 who are obese by race, Hispanic origin, 2015 to 2016. So this is 5 years old, but as we know, shit has gotten worse. So this is what it used to be. It's probably way worse now. And if you're looking here, you're looking at the total, right? You see males, 19% here, folks. You see females in the red or orange, 18%, right? Brother Nate cited similar statistics on his stream earlier. Non-Hispanic white males, 15%. Obese, notice, you see the word obese, not even overweight. And you know my terms for obese now. My terms for obese is one hamburger away from a heart attack, one cupcake away from a coronary. But that's just X's term, so pay me no attention. Non-Hispanic, non-Hispanic white, 15% for the guys, 14% for the girls. Non-Hispanic black, 19% for the guys, 25% for the girls. non-Hispanic Asian, 12% for the guys, 10% for the girls. Hispanic, 28% for the guys, 24% for the girls. So that's the one bright spot in this fat ass equation, is that we haven't quite caught up.
We're not number one. We're not number one.
We're not as fat as Hispanic people.
I love it.
That's the one bright spot in this fat ass equation. So if that makes you sleep better at night, folks, good. But we got Brother Sir Tice up here. And what you got for us, Brother Sir Tice? I know you got something good, man.
No, I got something good for you in that you reminded me of something. Would you like to know what you reminded me of?
Absolutely.
Okay. So on my 10,000 steps a day journey, and then I get a call from my uncle. And if LilBigNate is in the chat, you better bring your ass up on this here right now. By the way,
he says he's not coming. He says he's not coming. He's gonna lay in the cut. He ain't coming.
This son of a bitch has been asking me. Yeah, I called him that. You know, see, we're friends on air, but man, he's aggravating to do. No, I ain't gonna do that to the homie. No, we're trying to put together a show with my cousins and his sons. I have younger cousins that are the same age as his son. Stick with me on this. I'm going to bring this back to what you said, and then we're going to bring it back a topic.
About it. He spoke about it.
Yeah,
He
right.
Do something.
So when I'm like, yo, y'all motherfuckers was talking to me about a podcast when they came and visit here and stayed at my place. They're 21, 22. You know, and it was their uncle, basically. I'm sorry, their uncle, their father, my uncle, who kind of, you know, he was like the last of the grandparents type of what, you know, to whereas he's really your cousin, but he's your uncle, to whereas my connection is with him or whatever. But now his kids are in their 20s, and they's like, yo, Uncle Sire Tice he's a cool ass dude. We love this. Anyways, and by the way, they're on football scholarships. But let me just cut to the chase, because I've said already too much. You said something about candy bars, and I realized something. On my morning walk this morning, my uncle called me, and he said, I was going to almost say his name. He's like, have they called you back about this little potential podcast? And I'm like, nah. And it was 7:45 in the morning. I hit, you know, like don't answer. I'm just chilling. He called me back again. I'm like, oh man, it's something wrong now. He's like, hey, have they called you? I'm like, yo, I'm just on my walk. So I walk. I'm like, listen, Unc, I'm cool. I walk into the Walgreens, and I'm like, whoa, wow, key lime pie Kit Kat. That sounds interesting. You know, you said a candy bar, right, Zave? Key lime bar, damn. I'm mulling my head. I know I'm killing your audience. Like, they're like, get to the point. I'm not looking at the chat. Get to the point. Fuck you and all these goddamn stories. So I'm like, that's an interesting flavor. Fuck it. I know I'm going to be talking to my uncle on my walk back. It's 3 miles back before I start my day. So, okay, 2.5. I'm rounding up. Anyways, you start talking about you ain't supposed to eat no candy bar every day or whatever and all this. I'm like, he's spitting that shit out, and then I'm like, wait a minute. I got something in the freezer right now, and just before I'm sorry, I'm eating one of these. Yo. That was my little eating joke, but I'm eating one of these. Yo, this is one of the greatest. Key lime pie Kit Kat. So if you were a Kit Kat fan, key lime pie. But the point is, Okay, maybe that didn't get the eruption that I was expecting, but you're not supposed to eat this every day. It's supposed to be ceremonial. Case in point, I didn't even know that this existed, but because I was on the phone with
And
my uncle,
and you're not supposed to eat 50 of them either.
you say 50. How about you said one a day? I'm talking about 2 every 2 weeks. But I saw a graphic, and I'm going to be full disclosure. After I left Nate's show, because I've been working from home all day or whatever, I went to have something to eat. I didn't want to cook for a change, right? And when I say for a change, once a week, I'll treat myself to eat out. But, and by the way, to the audience, let me look at your crowd here real quick, because I've just been talking shit, Zave. I'm gonna tell you how Zay be treating motherfuckers and shit. All right, so fuck it. We're gonna just say, can I say fuck? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. I don't censor my guests. I don't censor my. That's why I noticed. I waited till I got over here before I, gave him a little bit of the old classic X. Because I didn't want to go off over there on Brother Nate shit. Because if I'm
you talking about tonight.
I'll rather.
You talking about tonight. I'm talking about you though, brother.
What do you mean?
Oh, by the way, audience, we won't even get into. Damn, that's 3 hours away, so we didn't meet up. Brother Zave sent me a text 2 days ago. I am sprawled out in my couch. I didn't drink anything that night or whatever. I'm just like, I'm done, I end up on my couch, put the recliner on. Hey, by the way, I should say thank you, Zay. You woke me up, but I get a text. It's like, Brother Cy Tice, can you talk right now? Or when are you free to talk? Want to do something? I'm like, and with the thumb thing, not even the 2-fingered, not the 2 thumbs, this is the 1 thumb. Sleep, just hit me in the morning. Then you didn't hit me. Then next thing I know, today, Nate's like, yo, so you gonna be ready for this? You know how Nate is. I'm like, yo, and Nate, you better type this shit or whatever. I'm like, damn, I didn't realize I had to be fully ready, locked and loaded, prepared, get my bulletproof vest, get my extra ammo, I'm like, man, and then I'm like, okay, I don't even know the topic. Then I see Nate's thumbnail. And the first thing that strikes out of my mind, I'm like, how the fuck did this motherfucker find a fat boy who's 6 or 7 years old, and he's literally a fat boy, so that's not a pejorative, with
He's
4.
He's
corn.
4. He's
Wait a minute.
4.
He found a picture of a 4-year-old boy with 2, not 1, 2 corn dogs?
Oh, you talking about the thumbnail? I knew Brother Nate was gonna go to town on that shit. I was like, I'm gonna send him mine, but I know he gonna go to town on that shit. And when he
I don't even know how to search for that shit.
He hit me up. When he hit me up, he was like, I put the thumbnail up. And when I saw that shit, I was like, that fucking Nate.
Right? He thinks that O'Shea should create a new category of best thumbnails. Maybe I'll send that. No, but I think his thumbnails, I'm like, with the attention span of the anyways, listen, man. I'm just saying that just to kill some things and make it entertaining. This is very tragic what we got going on here.
Oh, yes, it is. Yes,
forget Nate's show for a second.
Yes, it is.
Even the things you're describing, a 4-year-old with a whatever you call it, not a respirator, but with a CPAP or
fucking CPAP machine. But that's just the thing, Brother Tice. He's had it since he was 2. You heard what they said. He was diagnosed when he was 2. So this fucking woman has had 2 fucking years to work on this. And he's still fucking with it. And she's sitting in the fucking doctor's office talking about, oh, it's so hard to say no to him. I don't know what the fuck to do. I know what to do. Get that fucking kid away from your dumb ass. That's what we need to do. That's what needs to be done.
No disrespect, not trying to elevate. My family is better than yours. Not trying to. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about to the audience. My father came from a different culture. My father's born in the 40s, just like most Gen Xers or 50s. Most Gen Xers are. But my father, I'll never forget when hearing stories like, "Wow, you don't be eating," and no disrespect to people that eat them. But my father came from a different tradition, an Islamic tradition where we didn't eat pork. And coming up in the 70s and 80s, well, there was plentiful meals growing up in my household, but then it's like you don't eat no pork or whatever. And I'm not going to get into the rhetoric and what we said about the swine, but I'll just say, no, we don't eat pork. You don't eat this? I can't begin to tell you.
No pickled pig's feet, no freaking hog
Right.
ears, hog maws, chitlins, fucking
No pickled pig feet from the Arab store, as we used to call it.
From the gas station.
Right, exactly.
Well, let me run this
video.
video because Brother Supreme just sent me this. So this is kind of breaking news. This is breaking news. This just in. Sent to you courtesy of my man, Brother Supreme. Let's watch. Oh shit! Might want to add some sound.
It took up to 3 hours by bus. That is a reality for some of the 30 million Americans, including more than 100,000 North Texans who don't have access to fresh food. It's called living in a food desert. So why can't we fix it?
About this
Here's David Schechter with tonight's Verify.
So we haven't had food in this community, like real food in this community, for half a century. Double the rate of cancer, double the rate of stroke, double the rate of heart disease, double the rate of diabetes, and double the rate of childhood obesity than the county we're in.
About 1 in 10 Americans do not have access to a grocery store that sells fresh food. That's called living in a food desert. There are 40 of them that blanket the city of Dallas. But it's not like we don't have enough food in this country. So why can't we fix this?
So we're on our way to go see Jaretha, a mother of 3 kids. She's 26 years old. She works overnight.
Let's get ready to hear a lot of fucking bullshit excuses and reasons for shit not being the way it's supposed to be. By the way, just
make sure to ask.
Yeah,
make sure to ask me. Make sure to ask me about my auntie. Continue.
I'm just getting y'all ears ready for a bunch of bullshit excuses and a bunch of motherfuckers covering for them. But let's continue.
Nice to meet you. I'm David.
Jaretha lives in a food desert, and I'm going to go shopping with her. By bus, the easiest grocery store to get to is Walmart, and it's 8 miles away.
A whole 8 miles. What shall they do?
This is time you could be spending with your kids. They're home right now. You got to go to the grocery store.
This is funny.
Waste of time sometimes, but I have to do what I have to do.
Fair use, everyone. Fair use.
Yeah.
Looking at the map, it says
fair
it's
use,
48
Negroes.
minutes to get to the grocery store.
It's hard. We have to travel far just to get to where we're going because of us lacking, a car.
And because it's so hard, many people won't make this trip. They'll go to the corner store where you can't get fresh food. But that's not what Jaretha wants for her kids.
Path of least resistance.
I love to see fresh food, and the smell of the tomatoes is pleasant. Anything fresh is pleasant, of course.
But getting fresh food is ultimately a 3-hour
She's in the
round
middle
trip.
aisle.
I'm giving her a hand today, but usually she only has 2 hands to carry everything back.
Yeah.
This issue of food and getting the food, how hard is that for you on your life?
It's very hard. So I go to Family Dollar or something like that, where I know they have a little ground meat or whatever. I'll just have to settle, but
she just said it.
It can be frustrating.
Food desert is a term that comes from the United States Department of Agriculture. It factors in a neighborhood's income level and access to transportation, and most importantly, if you live more than a mile away from a grocery store. And we're not talking about
a fucking mile. A mile is walking distance.
Mile.
That's literally walking distance. Come on, man.
Continue.
A corner store here where fresh food options are rare. We're talking about a grocery store that does at least $2 million in business a year. And here's why all of that matters. In areas without a grocery store, the government says there's an increase in obesity and chronic diseases. To fix that problem, Dallas Council member Casey Thomas wants more grocery stores.
How many do you think you need? How many would you like to see built?
I mean, as many as possible.
Here we go again with the fucking government. They're going to force the fucking big time grocers to build grocery stores in there because these motherfuckers can't get to a store. So what do? We got to run to the government, cry like a motherfucker and say, oh, please, government, can you make them build grocery stores here? Let's continue.
Maybe 10, 20.
For 2 years, Thomas has been trying to get a store to open in this space in southern Dallas. It's been empty for a decade. The city offered any grocery chain $3 million to take it over.
Wait a fucking minute. The city offered them. See what I'm talking about? Fucking more money, right? Instead of offering the goddamn grocers $3 million fucking dollars, I would prefer them fucking just go ahead and build a farm or some shit for $3 million.
Before you hit play, very briefly, why would a grocer turn down that money? This is a rhetorical question, Zabe. You're going to hit play after I complete my sentence. Why would a grocer turn down that money and say, nah, it's not worth it? Hit your play. Hit your play.
I'm not going to say anything. What I'm going to do is let my brother, LilBigNate, answer that.
What did LilBigNate say? Let's read.
They don't want to open a store round niggas.
Where I respectfully disagree with Nate, and by the way, fuck Nate, in that he says I sound a little saucy or whatever. Yes, I went out and had some beverages or whatever, so fuck that guy. No. But I still am somewhat coherent. No, real talk. Yes, the risk isn't worth the reward. In other words, when you have to build, and this is why I really know a lot about this. I know I said just hit play, but I just want to say this. My parents, they had something. Then when robbery started, nothing ever happened to our thing. Then something happened when we weren't there. Then we had to hire a security guard. And then we had to hire another security guard. And then it's like I had to start working. And I'm like, wait a minute, I did that. But nobody. And it was the money between just those 2 or 3 resources killed all the profits. No different. And then you can play it no different than
these people do not want to open their shit up. Like Brother Nate said, they don't want to open their shit up around these fucking Negroes because they know they got to have a motherfucking tank outside. They got to have a whole fucking military to fucking protect their shit because Negroes ain't going to act right. They're going to be breaking into the people's shit and also kind of foolishness. I don't blame them. For
the record, at the Prophet of Thought channel here, N-words that guy LilBigNate type does not refer to all black people. It refers to a degenerate type of people that could be of all races.
Well,
Okay,
let me say let me say this before I start the tape. All right. And I don't think brother Big Nate needs me to speak for him, but I will in this instance. If you don't think he's not talking about your black ass, he's probably not. But if you do think that he's talking about your black ass, he probably is. That's all.
Well, Nate is
But
considered.
let's continue.
Let's continue.
Let's continue.
No one was interested.
When you have as many options as they have, this has not been their choice. Some of it has been
even if you offer them $3 million.
$3 million.
I talked to a grocery industry expert who says it is hard for a big supermarket to make a profit in a food desert. That's because residents generally have less money to spend, and it can cost.
In other words, Negroes in that pocket of black society are broke as a motherfucker. That's the translation, y'all. The Negroes there are broke. So they say, fuck that. I don't want to freaking have my shit here because Negroes around here is broke. We ain't going to make no money. That fucking $3 million you give us, that shit'll be spent. That shit'll be spent in about 3 motherfucking months, and we'll be in the hole for $3 million by the end of the year.
Since we're Coon Hut, before you hit play, before you hit play, what you said, they're gonna spend that on plexiglass.
Yeah.
Or
that $3 million will be spent in 90 days. 90 days. They give them $3 million. 90 days is gone, and at the end of the year, they fucking $5 million in the hole. That's why they ain't fucking around.
They're gonna spend it on 5 receipt checkers on the exit.
Yeah, they gotta have that. You know, they gotta have those things that they have in Walmart's here. Especially where it's a bunch of Negroes at. The lot cops. They got this thing. They got these things that they put in the parking lots here. I don't know about anywhere else, depending on what side of town it is.
Explain that, Dave.
Yeah, they have something called a lot cop. And what the lot cop is, it's like a machine, and it's armed with like multiple fucking cameras that can see multiple angles. And it's got like a flashing blue light on the top of it. You know, it's like a real live fucking machine. And they call it a lot. They call it a lot cop.
That's a great experience I want to go to when I'm like, oh shit, I need an egg for this recipe.
Well,
oh, let me go here and park here. Oh shit, what's this lot cop? And it's a blue light.
Chances are, if you're somewhere where there's a fucking lot cop, you probably want to keep fucking going. But that's because you don't see them everywhere. You don't see them everywhere. You only see them in certain fucking areas.
I want to disprove this food desert theory, but let the thing play, and then I'll give you something from childhood. But continue.
All right. As a matter of fact, I think I have a picture of one that I'll
food desert.
No, of the lot cop. I'll show you what it is.
While you're pulling up the lot cop, let me add this. The reason I think that this whole food desert thing is bullshit is that in the 2000s, yeah, amazing, right? In the 21st century, in the 2000s, in my hometown of Detroit, one of my guy who I went to high school with, he opened up a produce truck. He bought an old school ice cream truck. Every black person knows what an ice cream truck is, right? You know, right? Every white person knows what an ice cream truck is, right? Everyone.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, you have your video pulled up. I don't want you to do the dead air or anything.
Oh no, I'm gonna run it. I was just looking for making sure I had the lot cop.
I'm sorry. I meant the lot cop. Do you have that ready or?
Oh no, okay, I'll show it. I'm gonna show it to everybody afterwards. I just want to get through this video. Let's continue.
Okay. Just want to make sure you
grocers more for security and loss prevention.
Do you agree with the reasons that the grocery store chains give for not being able to do business in your neighborhoods here?
Based on their model, I accept that. I don't believe that to be true from the standpoint of you can make money. You can make money because people will buy groceries.
So Thomas wants 10 to 20 new grocery stores. But so far, the city has only attracted 2. Bringing in big grocery stores feels like a losing battle.
That's kills.
Before you do lockup, can I say something?
Because there's no money when you're dealing with
Right.
Negroes most of the time. Take it from
Nate.
someone who owns a business. All right.
Right.
Take it
Hey,
from
Nate.
someone who owns a business.
Hey,
There's
Nate,
no money
in
when
the
they-
chat, I'm going to do my little big Nate impersonation if you don't mind, Zave. Nate, what political party was that particular councilman who basically demanded a business you better build in my community? Just post the political party that he's in, which ties into what you say. Continue with the, I'm assuming this is the lock stop, or what did you call it, Zave?
Lot cop.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Let's see. Do we have a comment from Nate?
Let's continue. Let's continue.
Are there other options besides bringing in grocery store chains? I'm at a place called Bonton Farms in the heart of a southeast Dallas food desert. They're growing fruits and vegetables, raising goats and chickens. And I'm pulling weeds with Darren Babcock, who lives in the neighborhood.
One of the cool things about an organic farm like this is there's absolutely no waste.
Yeah, we pull the weeds and they go where?
To the goats or chickens for food, and then they
Such
turn it
good
into
white
fertilizer,
liberals.
which is kind of a cool cycle of life.
The plan here is to build a community center and cafe, a place where residents can gather, buy affordable food, and learn about healthy living.
Can I make an observation in that the word food desert seems to not be a helpful term to describe the problem or how to fix it?
Right.
Do you agree with that or disagree?
Absolutely, because it
Fair
isolates
use.
A big problem into one symptom. If you put a grocery store in, it's only going to affect a 1 mile radius. It's a really small impact for a really huge expense.
You'd need hundreds of grocery
Hundreds.
stores.
Another nonprofit is helping to get fresh food into corner stores. At a place called Hackney Foods, they have this cooler. Fresh food is delivered once a week.
If you don't understand the depth of the problem, we're going to wind up hitting the bullseye of the wrong target. And the wrong target would be building a grocery store in a community and thinking that's going to solve the problem.
Remember that $3 million that no grocery store would touch? With that kind of money, Darren thinks he could help open community gardens and stores across southern Dallas.
We have 40 food deserts, and with that $3 million, we could have the answer to this problem. Without a question.
So we verified that food deserts are a widespread problem, hard on people and bad for their health. That big supermarkets are not the only answer. And if they don't come, we have to embrace alternatives. Got something you want verified? Send me an email.
Mr. Zay.
So, what have we learned, good folks? What have we learned? We've learned that food deserts are a thing, I guess. But we've also learned that motherfuckers don't have the wherewithal to go up out of the fucking desert and get some food and bring it back in there. If you're living in a fucking food desert, why not just fucking move? Like, you know, I mean,
well, you're being insensitive in saying that, but
now people will say, "Oh man, everybody can't just move like that."
Right.
But this is the thing, especially when you notice they drag a fucking woman up there, a mother of who knows how many fucking kids. And like,
notice the outfit. Notice the outfit she was wearing too. Continue.
We can't afford this. We don't have a car. We don't have this. But somehow you managed to lay up and fuck multiple times and give birth multiple times. So I mean, we can't just sit back and say, "Oh, oh, why is this way? Oh, we can't blame these people for this situation.
Dave, I have a question for you.
How can we not blame people for a situation that they're fucking contributing to? Fine, you live in a fucking area where there's not a lot of food. You live in an area where things are out of touch and there's no public transportation. So why the fuck are you still pumping out baby after baby after baby after baby after baby? Because I guarantee you her black ass had all those babies right dead center in that fucking food desert. I guarantee you she had them there. It's not like she had them somewhere else and moved into there. Come on, man.
Woo.
Come on.
Zave, wow. Okay, I have a question for you, but then I would like to share a serious personal story, and it's very brief. But the question for you is this. Fine. We put the organic gardens, the community gardens. We forget the big grocery chains. We put the smaller grocery chains.
Mm-hmm.
What is the young lady who made sure she had that one-piece outfit? That was a one-piece outfit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What is she gonna do with a fresh tomato? Oh, I'm sorry, tomato. You know how my grandmother used to say it. Sorry, Taz, give me the tomato. Give me a couple tomatoes from the garden. You know, back when the women of her day, they planted their a tomato is fruit because it has seeds. Well, you get my point.
Mm-hmm.
And no, you don't get these kind of tomatoes. You wait for this to do this. I'm not doing fried green tomatoes this week. I need a fresh one. But what was that young lady gonna do with what would she do with any of these fresh things? You really think that she can make a fresh meal? I'm just asking you, sir.
Man, her ass probably can't even fucking cook. Talking about a fresh something. She probably can't even fucking cook.
What do you mean cook? She can crack an egg over a skillet with a little oil in it. Can she? Or is this all bullshit? As I'm getting to.
Now you see this behind us here. This is a lot cop. Let me see. Let me go ahead and do this. Hold on a second.
Okay, you're not reading the chat. I'm reading this now. The flipping comments. Jeez.
Hold on. Let me see. I did this wrong because I'll be fucking this up sometime, y'all. Well, how about we do this?
Okay.
No, I can't do that because that'll make it even more fucked up. Hold on.
We have another video coming up, Zave, or
No, I'm going to show y'all what a lot cop is. Hold on a second.
Oh, you're bringing up that video. That was cute. Let me know when you're ready for the lot cop video. Something that I was gonna say about the okay.
No, I was gonna show y'all a lot cop and shit.
Yeah.
Show y'all what a lot cop is.
Oh wow, we got SKC here. Let's see what SKC. Would those new grocers and or farmers
Yeah, anybody want to come through the you know the drill, how we do it here. You hit me with an email. It's prophetofthought@yahoo.com. That's prophetofthought, one word, no caps, at yahoo.com if you wish to come up here and speak your piece.
Did you hear what SKC said? I laughed.
No, I can't even see the chat right now.
Okay, so I'm gonna repeat what SKC said. Okay.
Whoa. Let me get this bullshit off here.
Go ahead.
Let me
Get
this bullshit off here. Hold on. Let me get this off here. Get that down. This, folks, is a lot cop. And what a lot cop is, you see up here, right at the top. I don't know if y'all can see my pointer or not. Let me see if I can.
There's 3 cameras at the bottom, and it looks like there's one at the top.
All right.
Yeah.
Blow it up.
Good zoom.
It's got multiple cameras, and it's got radar and alarms, and it's also got like a police flashlight on the top of it. There's like a blue police strobe on the top of it. And when you go down here, this is what it is. See, it says lot cop on it, and it's ran by solar. See the solar panel here to the left. And what it does is it basically monitors the parking lot, you know? And to be honest with you, if you see a lot cop somewhere, you probably want to fucking keep going. Yeah, because you don't see them everywhere. You don't. You see them certain places. I know where I'm at. I'm in North Carolina, right? And there's a lot of Walmarts and shit like that around. And the neighborhoods that are known for high crime and shit like that, you'll see 2, 3, 4 of these motherfuckers. You'll see like 2, 3, and 4 of them. But if you go to other parts of town, you don't see any of them. You want to know what the crime rate is like around the nearest Walmart. Pull into that parking lot, and if there's lot cops there, you know that's kind of a fucked up part of town. You know that just by seeing that. If there's lot cops in the parking lot, you probably don't want to fuck around there. And you definitely don't want to get out your fucking car counting your money.
But that refutes your food desert theory. Did you hear what I said?
What's that?
That refutes the food desert. I shouldn't say your, pardon me. That refutes the food desert theory, and here's why it refutes it. The police or the investors in this, to where, as they say, the reward is worth more than the risk. They invested enough in these lock cops to whereas the reason why people go to Walmart, hell, I go to Walmart sometimes for some things, okay? I have no problem in saying that. Now, every time it's a fucking adventure. I mean, even if I go at 7 a.m., I'm like, you know what? I saw a little sale for this. I'm going to be doing this kind of little get together. I'd rather spend this for this. Let me go there. As like, it's like, shit, maybe I should have just gone to the regular grocery store, because this ordeal in the line alone waiting to check out. But you get my point in that the Walmart experience is like no other experience. But
yeah, I know. I was in Walmart the other day. I was in there the other day. I sure was.
Right. But what I'm saying is that, I don't know if I explained it very well, is that they'll say, okay, this is worth the reward in this, but in other words, we know that the people who would do all the bullshit or whatever are coming here. Here's our preventative measure, because the profit is worth more than the whatever the opposite of profit is, or the loss, or or the investment. Let me use that. In other words, this food desert. And then when you explained that point about it was on LilBigNate's channel, when Osama Abdu was basically saying, okay, what's your excuse with Uber Eats, or not Uber Eats, or these grocery delivery services that you're spending? But forget that. We haven't even talked about farmers markets. At the end of the day, these guys produce much more things than they can sell. And when you want to find them, you can find them. And let me add one more thing. Zave, when I was growing up, we weren't rich, or my family that my mother would drop, but my mother had 8 brothers and sisters, okay? Hell, we were cool with potatoes and onions for lunch. And then we come back, did you eat, or did she feed you? Yeah, we good. Hell, to this day, I have potatoes and onions sometimes as a side or whatever, because, well, maybe that's because how I came up. I didn't realize that was so-called poor people's food. But how much does a bag of potatoes cost? How much does a bag of beans cost? Salt and pepper costs, okay? These are your basic things that can keep you over.
Yeah, well, that's what makes these arguments so stupid, because it's like, fine. You say the damn store is too far and you don't got a car. Fine. But you got a 60-inch fucking TV in your house. You got fucking PlayStations.
You
You got
didn't say a 40,
PlayStations.
60. I don't have a 60. I don't
You
have a
got
60.
Gucci bags and all this old kind of foolishness. You got red bottom shoes and all this old kind of nonsense in the house, but not one cucumber, not one fucking carrot, not one head of fucking lettuce, not one fucking ear of corn. But you got a
Not one
60-inch
cabbage.
TV.
Not one cabbage.
You got a DVD player. You got all this bullshit in the house. You got Gucci bags and fucking Michael Kors shit, and the fucking kids got on Jordans and shit. But we can't get any cucumbers. We can't get any cabbage. We can't get any fucking corn. We can't get any fucking string beans. No, I said corn.
Oh,
we can't.
See, that says you are my mind. No.
We can't get any motherfucking, lettuce, tomatoes, peas. We can't get any of that. But boy, we sure can get a 60-inch. We sure can get fucking red bottom shoes. We sure can get Michael Kors bags and fucking Polo and fucking Jordans. Because let me tell you something. Chances are, right? Fine. I'll give them the argument because I like to give people the fucking argument. Fine. You say the grocery store is too far. How close is Best Buy where you bought that 60-inch TV Pro?
Right.
How close is the jewelry store that you bought, your big stupid looking fucking earrings and your fucking necklaces? How close is the fucking tattoo shop? Those tattoos that you done peppered all over your fucking body. Well, how close is that?
Ain't that crazy how these people have? And by the way, last I thought, these ain't the old school sticker tattoos or whatever. These are artists, and your average tattoo is minimum $50 unless you get in a prison tattoo. Okay, that's these
what
people
I'm talking about.
These people are getting sleeves,
all over their body, which means what? They had the money to pay for it.
Before you do this,
how much lettuce would that tattoo have bought? How much? How much carrots? How much apples and pears and oranges and string beans and shit like that? How much would that have bought? Oh, you really needed that fucking tattoo? Who's gonna see it? You don't have a husband.
But because this man is a partner of the channel, I have to read his comment. I missed his earlier comment, which just had me in stitches. But I have to read Mr. SKC. You've heard of that guy? He says, "Is Black Lives Matter going to invest money in the community grocery stores, and will they build back the grocers that got destroyed?"
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
I think that's a very intelligent, well thought out question. I don't owe that man money or whatever. I think that is an honest question. And why are you demanding and holding the flag of these organizations, but at the same time, you're burning, or the rhetoric is I literally saw Zave, and I won't hold this up, whatever, with your article, but I literally saw something. I was in Minneapolis. I used to live in Minneapolis, by the way. Okay. I don't know if you know that, but I was in Minneapolis. Okay, yeah, I used to live in Minneapolis for 15 years, but I was there for a memorial service, which is another topic for another day. But I was there for a memorial service, and the topic came, or I drove through the hood, and it was a
lot cop
business. No. It was a business in the hood. It was a business. No. It was a business in the hood that I wanted to go and support. I'm not going to say what kind of business it was, but it was a legal business, and it had boarded up, the wood boards on it, and it said, spray painted, "Y'all have taken more than we've destroyed," but it wasn't from the business. It was like what someone used to rationalize to destroy this one business. And I'm in my head like, are you out of your fucking mind? Like, this is the logic. In other words, fine, you hate the whites peoples, the Asian peoples, go tear up their shit. I'm not encouraging this. I'm just simply saying if you want to follow that logic.
That's another thing. We always hear this talk about the evil freaking white man, the white power structure, the white boogeyman. Yeah, the white boogeyman, right? But at the same time, on the other side of these people's mouths, they talking about how the white man need to put money into the motherfucking pocket of black society so fucking black people can have a fucking grocery store. To me, that doesn't make any sense.
Not only does it make sense,
if people are going to be talking about how evil white folks are, fine. I say again, I will give you that fucking argument. I'll give you that argument. The white man's evil. He's the devil. 666. All this kind of stuff. Fine. I'll give you that fucking argument. But how can you now turn around and expect this fucking white man to fucking build shit in your damn pocket of society and then bitch about it and say, oh, they don't want to put no stores here? Why are you fucking surprised, man? Remember, they're evil. Of course they're not going to build any stores there. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me, man.
You're looking for
any sense.
You're looking for country music to solve rap music problems.
Stupid.
You're looking for the Lakers to solve the Phoenix Suns problems. I'm talking about current basketball. You're looking for white people to solve black people's problems, even though you accuse white people of this. And I know people say, you short-sighted, you just because you this. No, I'm not saying that this whole concept of so-called white supremacy doesn't exist. I think it's bigger. I call it more global supremacy, but forget my little academic bullshit here. What I will say is this: it doesn't matter. Other groups have figured out how to thrive. Why are you still looking at this? I'm sorry, you've been holding up on this. So whatever.
Oh no, I'm just laughing. I'm just laughing at the fucking comments in the comment section and fucking of course, brother Big Nate is in there going off. He said, that's it, Xavier. I'm reporting you to But
and
anyway,
Nate,
let me
and brother no before you play brother Nate, since this is gonna be your trademark term, ghoul is spelled Ghoul. I used to be in horror films as a kid.
Let me get to this article, man, because see the articles and videos that I got sent by Brother Supreme and everything else, you know, just in case y'all want to accuse me of using the white man's data, I went and I dug up something called Afro News, and underneath you can see clearly that it says the Black Media Authority. So this ain't the white man's data. But let's continue. Studies show high obesity rates among black children. I'm sorry, y'all. Don't got on my glasses. I'm trying to strain through it. September opens with both an annual observation of National Childhood Obesity Month. Damn, September is National Childhood Obesity Month. Since when?
Amazing. Carter G. Woodson had the foresight in the early 1900s to come up with Black History Week. And now we have. Hold on,
brother Sir Tice. Okay, Sir Tice ass is drunk up here, man.
No, I'm just saying.
Hit the goddamn like button, Negroes, because if you don't, you know what I'll do. All I'm asking is for you to hit that damn like button, because you Negroes know if you don't hit that like button, I will haunt your old black ass mama in her dreams.
No disrespect.
Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it, folks. But anyway, yeah, September opens up with both an annual observation of National Childhood Obesity Month, as well as an urgent call by healthcare professionals across the nation to reduce the increase of overweight and obese Black children. Here we fucking go again. Here we go again.
Wow.
We are trying to get everybody to do something about this except who? The fucking parent. The fucking parent. It's an urgent call by healthcare professionals across the nation to reduce the increase of overweight and obese Black children. Why doesn't this article say we need these irresponsible ass Black ass hoes to stop feeding these kids this bullshit and quit spending all the grocery money up on motherfucking weave? But all right. Which are at critical high numbers. Some data, including that offered by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation and the Trust of America's Health, cite both an overall increase in overweight and obesity rates among Black children and faster and earlier rates of severe weight increases. In other words, not only are Black children getting more and more overweight, they're getting more and more fucking overweight at a faster pace. At a faster pace, y'all. From 1999 to 2012, for instance, 35.1% of Black children ages 2 to 19 were overweight, and another 20.2% diagnosed as obese. Remember, 20%, y'all, that's 1 out of fucking 5. Equally troubling, while those in lower income brackets with less access to affordable and nutritious foods, aka food deserts, were seen as examples of gaining weight, additional factors included emotional upset, stress, and physical trauma are only now being assessed as contributing factors. Allison L. Miller, author of Early Life Stress and Childhood Obesity Risks, a study funded by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, reported early life stressors including chronic poverty, which to me makes no sense. Just because you poor, it's like being poor and being fat just seem like those are two things that just don't make sense to me. Because if you're poor, that means you don't have a lot. So if you don't have a lot, how are you having so much of the nothing that is making you fat? Like, if all is around is bullshit food, I don't think the answer is to eat a fucking smorgasbord of it. You would think that if the food is bullshit that you got to eat, that, your parent would make sure that you're not eating a whole bunch of it. But anyway.
Briefly, that's the propaganda that they will promote in that to try to create that correlation. Continue.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense to me. Reported early life stresses, including chronic poverty and adverse childhood experiences such as abuse or domestic violence exposure, are associated with obesity in adolescents and children. So what they're saying here is that the shit that goes on in the household contributes to the obesity as well. Mama's 10 boyfriends that she have coming up in there, going upside her fucking head, the fucking
and those
bullshit.
Are buzzwords.
Yeah.
Buzzwords too.
Mom smoking crack, childhood sexual assault, because it's a lot of fucking young girls that happens to. That thing that people don't like me to talk about as if it's not real, as if they don't know some fucking body that has happened to, as if they not related to somebody that has happened to, as if it hasn't happened to fucking them before, or their sister or their mom or their whatever. But anyway, let's continue. Early life stress can have a powerful influence on the developing child. Overstimulation of biological stress responses can have profound negative effects on structure and function of the brain and other biological systems, which are developing rapidly in early years. Miller said in a report, in addition to changes in the biological system, stress exposure in early life can affect children's dietary, physical activity, and other health behaviors, increasing the risk of their overweight and obesity. Once again, whatever these children are being exposed to, who is exposing them to it? Who's exposing them to the violence? Who's exposing them to the trauma? Who's exposing them to the abuse? Who's doing it? Who's doing it? Will somebody please tell me? Because I don't know. Will somebody tell me in the fucking audience, please? And hit the damn like button right after you tell me to, please. Let's continue. Black families have earned $1 for every $2 earned by white families for the past 30 years, said Miller, with more than 38% of Black children under the age 18 and 42.7% of the children under the age of 5 living below the poverty line. An additional 1 in 4 Black families are food insecure, not having consistent access to adequate food due to lack of money or other resources, because the money's been spent on the 60-inch TV and fucking what the fuck is the name of the Gucci bags and shit like that.
Michael Kors.
Michael Kors bags, Gucci bags, PlayStations, red bottoms, and weed and beer. And
what the hell does food insecure?
Moscato and shit.
I'm just being the heckler. Food insecure? That's what it said. Yeah. Continue reading the article. Food insecure. That's the first time I've ever heard that. Wow.
Yeah. Food insecure, thinking I think that's akin to the term of, living from pillar to post, living from hand to mouth, you never know, if you're gonna have enough food for tomorrow, some shit like that. But anyway, compared with 11% of white households, Ward 8 resident Doris Also Brooks, which is a stupid name, a caregiver of 2 grandchildren, says she believes that the data on stress could be extremely helpful in lowering the weight and raising the confidence of overweight children. She said Wards 7 and 8 carry the highest numbers of obesity, acknowledging that food deserts, there's those food deserts again, and lack of exercise are only part of the problem. I feed the grandchildren the same as I did my children, yet all of them could be considered overweight. Of course, if you're feeding them hog mogs and pigtails and chitlins and all this so kind of bullshit, Granny, of course they're going to be fat. And go ahead and top it off with motherfucking devil dogs, ho-hos, motherfucking potato chips, and all kinds of bullshit. Of course they're going to be overweight. Also,
the reality is she doesn't.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Also, Brooks told Afro, I believe that the emotional stress they feel living with me instead of their parents and feeling disconnected or depressed about their father being incarcerated and their mother not being around because she's on fucking crack. I mean,
go ring the Philly bell. Ding,
here we go.
Ding.
Here we go. All right. The parents expose the people to this bullshit. All right. They expose the people to this bullshit. I mean, because, hey, I have grandchildren too. All right. One of my grandchildren is here. And let me tell you something. That little ass person who's named after me, he is X3. When you see him tomorrow, a week from now, 2 months from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, you know what you won't see? You won't see an overweight or obese X3. I promise you that. But he's not overweight now. He's not overweight now. So, I mean, not living up in here. Because, see, unlike other parents who go to the kid and say, oh, baby, are you willing to stop eating potato chips covered with whipped cream and melted chocolate on them for breakfast every day? Are you willing to stop eating 55 candy bars and ice cream and fucking goddamn Twinkies for lunch? And are you willing to stop eating a whole goddamn dozen of eggs and a whole loaf of bread and a stack of pancakes for dinner every night? No. Here, there is a regimen, and you will eat the nutrition that is provided for you here. If you don't, I guess you'll just be starving. That's how you parent. That's how you keep your kid from being fat as a motherfucker. You dictate what the kid eat. You don't feed your kid deep fried Snickers bars, goddammit, for breakfast. You don't feed them deep fried Snickers for breakfast, deep fried Oreos for lunch, and a combination of deep fried Oreos and deep fried Snickers chased down with a 2-liter Pepsi for dinner. You understand? It's pretty simple stuff, folks. We make it complicated because we have to make it complicated because that's the only way we can blame it on the fucking white man. All right? We have to make it complicated so we can blame it on the white power structure. When really it's easy. It's pretty easy to make sure your goddamn kids eat the right stuff. But first, what has to happen is your fucking mind has to change to make sure you get your hands on the right stuff. I don't give a fuck if you don't got a car. I don't give a fuck if you don't got a lot of money. Stop buying wigs, 60-inch TVs, fucking tattoos, and red bottom shoes, and take that extra money, get you a fucking Uber, and go to the goddamn supermarket. I don't give a fuck if it's an hour away. Come on, man. Come on. I'm not trying to hear that shit. I'm not. Especially when you got little ones that you are responsible for. If you are responsible for these little ones, God damn it, be responsible. Take care of them the right way. You are in charge of what these children ingest, man. You should take it more seriously, even if it means sacrificing your fucking wigs, even if it means sacrificing your fucking shoes, even if it means sacrificing your dresses and your fucking Gucci bags and your fucking nights at the club. Because guess what? You're supposed to be a mother. Bad enough you done spit out. Bad enough you done spit out 6 of them by 6 different fucking dudes. You done already raised them in the fucking throes of fucking poverty. So go ahead and let them suffer some more by fucking feed them goddamn deep fried motherfucking Kit Kats all day. Jesus.
Wow.
What? She says, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
All I was going to say is in the back chat, I posted you a link. I know you're still reading this. I posted you a link, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disrespect anything on your platform, but the link in the back chat shows the obesity rate of a certain continent. You know, a certain deprived continent. I'm sure you can figure it out, you know, or people's perception of that. So what it does is, and then I added the message, just go to the particular section.
Yeah,
but
well, put it in the chat. Put it in the chat.
No, it's in the private chat. It's in the back chat.
Oh, okay.
Okay, my bad. No, you're still reading this, but you said a mouthful. I don't even know how anyone can contend with what you said. So
there's no refuting this.
Right.
If you are a parent of children, man, there's no refuting this, man. You cannot refute this. You can't come at me with this shit. It's the white folks, it's white power structure, and there's no stores, and there's no this, and there's no that. I don't give a shit if I didn't have a bunch of cars in this goddamn yard. You think I would let my fucking grandson be in here starving and going down to the goddamn going down to the fucking deli and feed him the shit that's in there, feed him shit from the gas station? Fuck it. If I gotta travel an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, and humpback bags of motherfucking fresh vegetables, that's what the fuck I'm gonna do. especially if I'm sitting in this motherfucker with a 60-inch TV and PlayStations and also kind of bullshit. I got 15 pairs of Jordans, but my goddamn grandkid got to eat deep fried Snickers bars. Come on, man.
You said deep fried. Okay, you're talking about safe fare shit. That's funny. I mean, that's no, but to use a personal thing for my life, I think one thing that kind of, well, I'll just say it like this. My grandmother, when my parents got some money and they said, "Ma, you ain't got to work no more," my grandmother, who's from the South, was like, "The hell you telling me what I do or whatever?" And you know, her kids were like, "Look, you ain't got to do that kind of work." And in her mind, her work brought her purpose or whatever. So, you know, even if it was cleaning fridges, she's like, they don't have me do anything anyway. But I'll never forget every time she used to have like these fresh groceries coming home, and she wanted to take the bus. And what I found out what that bus journey was, basically she used to do day work. For those of you who are not familiar in the audience, day work is basically you clean people's houses. Okay. So she did day work, but that bus ride was her connecting with the people that she came from, where she came from, what have you. Okay. And that was her ride. But I look at it like, wow, isn't it amazing? A woman who did this in the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s, even up until the early 80s before she passed on. And we got people, they don't even want to, and she would walk, you know, this was before transit was that had to be at every major street based on lawmakers. She had to walk a mile to get to the bus stop up there.
Man, these people are full of fucking
shit.
crap.
Fecal matter.
They're
Right.
full of crap, man, because look, like I said, you know, these people got all these goddamn excuses for not feeding these children the proper shit. Sometimes you have to make the fucking compromise. You have to make the sacrifice when it comes to these little ones. Even if it take your ass all day to get back and forth to that fucking supermarket. So fucking what? Isn't the kid's health worth it? I mean, at least it's supposed to be if you call yourself a parent.
The nerve of a parent.
Isn't that worth it? Isn't it worth it? Oh, so what? It takes you 7 hours back and forth to the so what? What's your point? Oh, what, you don't got time? What, you're too busy doing your fucking hair? Laying on your fucking back? Sucking balls? What?
Damn.
To take one day out of the week and say, look, it's gonna take me all day to get to the supermarket. So let me go ahead and take this day out so I can bring my kids, at the very least, you know, when I'm leaving my kids home by themselves to go out and chase men and be at the club, at least I know I'm leaving them here by themselves with some good food to eat instead of fucking deep fried Twinkies and shit. But let me get through this.
Finish. Yeah, go ahead.
Now she said she feeds the grandchildren the same as she did her children, and her children they're probably fat as a motherfucker and obviously irresponsible as a motherfucker because
to create this.
Yeah, their father is in fucking prison and the mother is nowhere to fucking be found. She's probably somewhere sleeping in a fucking tent, her, some other fucking dope addict, and a fucking crack pipe. But the DC Department of Health documented that the obesity east of the Anacostia River topped 72% among residents. That's 72% of the people, not just the children. That means 7 out of 10 people in that area is overweight. No, obese, they said. 7 out of 10 people. That means you can't walk a tenth of a block without seeing fat ass people, is what that means. But anyway, the area is home to many marketing campaigns pushing high calorie, low nutrition foods and beverages on billboards and other forms of outdoor advertising. Of course, it's the sign's fault, you know, Because when you see that McDonald's sign, and
you have to just go. You have to go
in there. You have to go in there, even though
right.
you have money. Now you're broke now. You're in poverty. You're broke, but when you see McDonald's, automatically you have money in your pocket, and you have to go in there and buy 5 Big Macs. And
Zave, the Yellow Arches calls us, so it's compelled to our. It calls us, man.
You eat 3 of them, and you give the kid 2, but the kid is only 3. But anyway, high calorie, low nutrition foods and beverages on billboards and other forms of outdoor advertisement. Also, Brooks said the enticement for quick, cheap, and emotionally comforting foods play a major factor. We have to look at our kids overeating. Well, let me say it the way she probably said it. We got to look at our kids overeating or gaining weight as emotional, as well as not having access or money to purchase good food, but they got plenty of money to buy the shit that they see on the fucking signs. That makes perfect sense. Also, Brooks also told Afro, the problem is that by not addressing the root cause of the weight gain sooner, it becomes really, really tough to get it fixed later. You know what, Grandma? You're a fucking idiot. Hopefully them damn kids don't stay with your ass either, because I know what you feed them kids. You feed them kids hog maws, chitlins, motherfucking fat back, lard, and all kinds of bullshit. And for dessert, the ever popular deep fried Snickers bar.
But on the byline, I love your affinity to deep fried Snickers bars. On the byline, oh damn, you killed that.
Oh,
I mean, was that no? It doesn't matter. Pull up the link that I sent you. But I was gonna simply say, did Brittany Cooper write that one? You know Brittany Cooper, right?
Yeah, I know who Brittany Cooper is.
Yeah, Brittany Cooper. No, because it's Trump's fault that it was Trump's fault that why she was overweight, even though she gained prominence during the Obama administration. And this is not no Democrat or whatever thing. This is you're actually attributing to some leader of the country of what the hell you put in your mouth. The one thing you can master is this. I'm sorry. There's 2 things you can master, Zave. You can master 1, the thoughts that you interpret and accept that come in your mind. And number 2, what you reach out with your respective hand. I'm left-handed, okay? But most people are right-handed, that they attach to that fork and that they dig into what they eat. Okay, that's what you can master. What I had showed you, I think this is. Oh, please scroll up. Please scroll up. Yeah,
hold up, because I want to highlight.
I'll let you explain it. I'll let you explain it.
Hold on.
Let you explain it.
I want to highlight this comment that hold on a second. God damn it. I want to highlight this comment that Brother Ken Dog said, and it makes perfect sense. Brother Ken Dog says, actually, hog maws, chitlins, lard will be a lot less harmful than fries, chips, and Little Debbie cakes. There it is. There it is. There it is. You're right. You're right. They probably ain't feeding them hog maws and chitlins and shit like that. They're feeding them deep fried Snickers, deep fried Oreos, deep fried Twinkies, deep fried ring dings, all kinds of shit, and deep fried
things, sir.
and deep fried Little Debbie cakes.
You can explain this, and then I'll bone out. Thanks for letting me up. I apologize for disrespecting the platform if I did.
Okay. You didn't disrespect nothing, man. You're welcome up here anytime. You know that, brother. Okay. Obesity rates across Africa.
As you scroll up slowly, like one mouse click at a time, we often hear about this Eurocentric standard that we're chasing. We also know that obesity isn't overweight. Obesity is you're above 33-35% body fat.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not, brother Sir Tice. No, it's not.
What is it? Oh,
obesity is 1 cupcake away from a cardiac, 1 hamburger away from a heart attack. That one cupcake away from a coronary, one hamburger away from a heart attack. Continue, sir.
As you scroll up, I hate when Africa is referred to as a country. I know that the people that come to the Prophet of Thoughts channel don't see it as that, but because there's 56 countries. But as he scrolls up, because no one refers to America as, or North America as, North America, they make distinctions. No, there's going to be a chart coming up in a moment, and you're going to love this. Oh, and here we go. And if you could, so the highest obesity rate in the continent of Africa is 32.5% in the country of Libya. Okay, that's obesity. That's not overweight, people. The second highest is Egypt, is 32%, and the third highest country is 28.3%, which is South Africa. Now, let me be clear. Let me explain some numbers to you, people. Okay, Libya is smaller than Egypt and much smaller than the most populous nation of South Africa, which has the highest, what we would call, white people there. So, in a continent that people love to use to point to, well, in Africa, they starving or they struggling because they fall into the white stereotypes. These people have less than a 25% obesity rate.
Yep.
The simple thing people say is, that good day ain't nothing there to eat. Well, that's not true, because I can show the death rates or what have you. But the point is that they eat what they have and what's around them. They haven't fallen into certain things, but I'll post a link in the chat yourself or myself to where you can research this. So all that, the Eurocentric standard, no, you're just chasing a media created standard that you're following because you're lazy, undisciplined, and ignorant. There's nothing wrong with being ignorant if you don't know, but there is an issue when you're willfully ignorant. I tried to say that like I had the mic, Zave, willfully ignorant. And this is embarrassing, to whereas the piss poor eating habits of the parents have now spawned to the children.
Yep.
And now we're dealing with, and by the way, is that by design of this? Fine. I'll say, yeah, it is. So what? If you know somebody's trying to poison you, are you going to still take the poison? So this gets to what Zave says. There aren't any excuses.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Fine. All right. You're an adult. If you want to fucking kill yourself and do all this bullshit to you, fine. But don't do it to the children, man. That's what this is all about. I don't give a shit what grown-ass people do most of the time, man. They're adults. You're not going to be able to change their minds. You're not going to be able to shape them. You're not going to be able to change them. None of that shit. But the children are different, because children in many ways are the same way your puppy is. You know, they can only get what you give them, especially when they're little. They can only have access to what you give them, man. They don't go to the fucking grocery store. They don't go to the fucking gas station and buy Twinkies and shit. That's you doing it. It's you doing it. That's what I'm talking about. We're not talking about grown-ass people who just want to fucking do whatever they want to do. Fine, they're adults. They have the right to do that. But they have children's lives in their hands. That's what's important, man. The fact that they are causing children to go through this shit. Y'all saw that boy. Y'all saw him. That boy, 4 years old, on a fucking CPAP machine. 4 years old. He's damn near 100 pounds. You trying to tell me that ain't that bitch's fault that he looks like that? I don't give a shit how many times you tell me it's the white man, it's the food desert, it's poverty, it's this, it's that. Everything, everybody's talking about everything, but they want to leapfrog over her black ass. She's there too. Let's quit leapfrogging over the nucleus of the goddamn problem. We need to blame these hoes for this shit. We have to. We have to do it. Yeah, we have to do it. They lucky I wasn't doing the fucking report, the video I showed y'all, because I would have been like, how the hell did he get like this in the first place, lady? What are you feeding this kid? What, you got this diagnosis 2 years ago and he's still a fucking 100 pounds? See, these are the type of things that need to be said to these hoes. But, of course, they'll never be said. They just won't. Because, see, when you say these type of things, man, and you tell this kind of truth, this is what often happens. They say, oh, you're being negative. That's always the narrative when you tell a truth that they don't fucking like. Because they don't mind you telling the truth now. But soon as you tell that truth that make them question their motherfucking intelligence or their mentality or their ability or their wherewithal, oh, you're being negative. Since when is the truth a negative thing? Will somebody please put the explanation to that in the chat too, if you can, please? Because I don't know the answer to that question. So will somebody type it in the chat for me, please? And hit the goddamn like button too while you're at it. You know, right after you type that in the chat. I see the good Doc Phoenix in the house. Come on up, Doc. I need you to come up here and talk some shit. Good doctor. Come on up
Doc
in here.
Phoenix, if Doc Phoenix comes up, I do have to drop.
Shit.
But
I saw my man Perfect Black down here for a second.
Yeah, I did. I saw him too. I just want to add to your comment. You said that does anyone have an explanation? I'll end on this. And thanks for inviting me up. Thanks for reaching out. I do love talking about these kind of things and bringing some kind of information to it. I'll say this. What I find very interesting is, and a lot of it has validity, but I'll say we can find every white supremacist, globalist theory under every rug that there is. But we won't even look into the simple theories of, okay, here's how this happens. Here's why you do this every day that affects your daily life. Because the one thing, as I was talking to my uncle this morning about, I said, yeah, whatever well, I'm not going to get into this. I said, but what you realize is that these are my two sons. I have control over their lives and I can raise them to be what I envision them to be. Now, whatever their choices are as adults is fine. He's like, absolutely. They weren't going to be bringing anything less than 3.5s or B+ averages or whatever home. I didn't give a shit if they didn't like the topics, and they damn sure weren't going to be fat, but we don't have to discuss this. My point is that it's funny how we find a conspiracy theories for things we could really generally give a shit about, but the things that we can directly control, oh, it's the food supply, it's this. And yeah, I did say that on Nate because I was explaining that, and what I've explained also on your channel. Hey, here's how this happened. But at the end of the day, the choice is yours. You don't even have to go to these grocery stores. Hey, Aldi's also sells almond milk. You don't have, there's farmers markets. There's all these things within your proximity that is very cheap. And there's one more thing I was going to add is very briefly, when the food stamp law came, I shouldn't say the food stamp law, I'll say with the adjustments to the the Great Society Act came in, it was initially for produce and meats. Then in the late 70s, they're like, well, these people need other access to things, and that's what it made it for processed things, to whereas now you can go to a gas station, owned by someone from another country, no disrespect, no shade to them, whatever, behind plexiglass, and you can get your own pig's feet on your EBT card. So in other words, some people campaign for that. Some people campaign.
But that's
But
not
no,
an excuse, though. That's not.
I'm not saying it's an excuse. What I'm saying is that they campaigned for that, and they only campaigned for that because they knew that it was a market for that, and that's the choice that people choose to make. That's what I was saying, you know.
Yeah,
Oh, Doc Phoenix.
Oh yeah, Doc Phoenix in the house. The good.
I would love to be here with you, but I gotta go. So salute to you, Doc Phoenix, and Zave. As always, thanks for welcoming me to your platform. Sorry about the earlier outbursts.
Absolutely, man. Don't worry about it,
No,
brother. Sir
pleasure.
Tice, it's all good. What's good, Doc Phoenix?
No, pleasure. No, pleasure. Pleasure. Too bad we don't get a chance to. I don't think I really had a chance to talk with Sir Tice, but pleasure, brother. Thank you. Nothing much. I'm always up late anyway, so. So.
Yeah, well, we were talking about feeding the failure. This is actually part 2 of a double cast. Me and brother Big Nate did a double cast because I was over on his show earlier, and we just kind of flipped over to here to finish up the topic. Because see, I was over on brother Nate's being really nice. I actually came back over here and was able to not be so nice, if you will. So what's good with it, Doc? What's your take on this whole because we basically were talking about childhood obesity, food deserts and such. What's your take on it, Doc?
Well, I'm one. Do I believe food deserts exist? Yes, absolutely. That's always been a problem for various reasons. But typically when you're dealing with childhood obesity, food deserts are part of the issue, but they're not the overriding issue. Typically the issue with obese children are the parents. In my experience, my opinion, the biggest impediment to children losing weight, maintaining a healthy lifestyle has always been the parents.
Wait a minute, brother Doc Phoenix. Hold up. You mean to tell me it's not the white man, the white power structure, the government, the whoever, the white boogeyman? Is that what you're saying, Doc? Go ahead.
Yes. Yes, I'm saying that. What I'm saying is that while it is true that there are systemic issues to contend with that lead to, Black folks living in, economically depressed areas and stuff like that. However, with that said, it has, in my opinion, it has not been uncommon for me to see children that are overweight but dressed to the nines. The parents are dressed to the nines, in particular the mother dressed to the nines, and the child is already pre-diabetic, or what you was talking about earlier about the 3-year-old. I think you said 3-year-old that was on a CPAP machine.
Yes. The
that
boy weighed damn near 100 pounds, Doc Phoenix.
Yes,
and
that's morbidly
he's been
obese.
on the machine. He's been on the machine for 2 years. He got diagnosed 2 years earlier. She had 2 years to do something about this and didn't, Doc.
Yeah, I think that story you was talking about, it was actually it was presented to me. It was presented to me I want to say maybe about a month or so ago. So I think I'm somewhat familiar with that story. It was a documentary, I believe.
Yes.
And the thing about it is that what folks should understand about childhood health and obesity in general is that those habits that children pick up at that age, they carry that into the adolescent years and ultimately into their adult years. And so unfortunately for most folks, if that's the way they were raised, it becomes highly unlikely that behavior will ever change.
Exactly.
Highly unlikely. I mean, outside of it is not uncommon these days to see a 16, 17-year-old early stages of cardiovascular disease. I've seen 16, 17-year-olds having strokes, having heart attacks. This is something that's becoming more commonplace, certainly over the last 2 decades. This is gone, if you ask me, this is really the true epidemic in America is the explosive rise in childhood obesity, and how that has been related to the exponential growth you've seen in type 2 diabetes as well.
Yeah, man.
And so we've seen this explosion of childhood diabetes. Folks being diagnosed in their single digit ages, and in their adolescent years with type 2 diabetes. And typically you only see folks at that young of an age with diabetes unless they're type 1, which is congenital. But to see people having diseases that are normally associated with aging,
yes,
in childhood is very is one, highly problematic, and two, should be considered uncommon. But in today's society, unfortunately, that's not the case.
And it's almost as if, and shout out to brother Ken Dog for the $10 super chat. He said, thank you for having this discussion. We don't speak enough about physical health in this space and the dangers of sugar and carbohydrates consumption. That's not true, brother Ken Dog, because this brother here on the right side of the screen, the good Doc Phoenix, is here quite often talking about health. So stick around, subscribe to the old T.P.O.T YouTube page, because every now and then we talk some healthy stuff. Now, all the other times we just up here talking shit, but from time to time we actually talk about health stuff. Yeah, we actually do, brother. Appreciate the $10 super chat. Appreciate it, brother. But this is the thing, brother Doc Phoenix. Then we're gonna go to my Chi-Town brother, Perfect Black. It's almost as if we've normalized fat and overweight so much that we've totally disregarded the threats of the childhood diabetes, the cardiovascular problems, the hypertension, the joint problems. It's almost as if those things, we have completely washed those things out of our mind as a threat, as we constantly stuff these children with not only unhealthy stuff, but an abundance of unhealthy stuff. It's not even like, you're just giving them a little bit. You're overstuffing them with this unhealthy crap. And their health is being totally disregarded. I did a video presentation at the top of the stream, Doc Phoenix, and they said that 77% of children that are obese will eventually become obese adults. What they're doing when they do this to these children is they are putting these children on a path to failure. Ergo, the name of the stream, feeding the failure. Because these things just don't, and we talked about this earlier too, these things don't just affect the child's health. That's the major thing. But they also talked about how it affects the child emotionally, mentally.
Can I add to that really
quickly? They can't make friends. They get rejected. All that kind of stuff. Go ahead, Doc Phoenix.
Yeah, can I add to that, because you bring up something really important, and this goes back to the 3-year-old that was on the CPAP. So if you're familiar, I'm sure you probably known some folks who they were much older who had a CPAP. Typically,
yes,
older.
Yes. It's usually older folks.
Yeah,
older folks.
Yeah. So if people are not familiar, you get on CPAP because you're typically diagnosed with a condition called sleep apnea. So sleep apnea essentially means you stop breathing intermittently when you should be asleep, which forces you to wake up. So you think of a 3-year-old that has sleep apnea at 3 years old. The average 3-year-old should be getting about 12 hours of sleep a night. So if this child has to wake up, constantly throughout the night, because obviously they can't breathe, they can't get enough air into the lungs, which is why they have the CPAP, because the CPAP forces a constant stream of air into the pressurized air into the lungs, so that the airway stays open. But the point of that is that the reason why sleep is so important, because sleep is all part of that cycle of rest and relaxation. Well, not relaxation, but that cycle of rest and repair. So when you sleep is when the body tends to do its digestion, is when the body makes all these little repairs to itself, all these things. This is why
don't
sleep
you
is
grow? Don't you grow in your sleep too, Doc? Don't you grow in your sleep or no?
Yes and no. It's more or less what happens is that this is allowed. Sleep is where your body can actually concentrate on doing the things that is, and to this thing it is true, but sleep is more about the body being able to rebuild itself, repair itself,
replenish itself, right?
Exactly. Absolutely. And so when a child is not able to get to sleep, you need to, if you go back to, you think about so whenever we're looking at children and as medical providers and healthcare in general, when you're looking at children, the first thing you're thinking about at that age, you're thinking about growth and development. Is this child hitting their developmental milestones for their age?
Yes.
And so when you think about a child at 3 years old on a CPAP, I would expect this child to have some form of emotional and mental instability of some kind. That would not be unexpected. And part of that is because that cycle, that 24-hour cycle, that circadian cycle that the body is on, that also helps to maintain that natural hormonal balance in the body. Now, again, when you're young, you're producing hormones, but not nowhere near to the extent that it would be if you were in adolescence. However, being overweight forces the body to produce some of these more harmful hormones. And because in general, being overweight is a form of stress, is a form of physiological stress. And this is why you see, this is one of the major causes of early onset menses or a period in a young girl. So whenever typically young girls should have their first period, menses, or we also call it a menarche, around usually between 11 to 13 years old. But because of obesity, we're seeing a lot of young girls having their menarche at 7, 8, 9 years of age, 10 years of age.
Wow.
And so you're seeing them entering a stage that was, more phased and tapered out much earlier in their life. And so again, that comes with a lot of issues too. When you think about a young girl, for example, who's having an early period, she's having a period at an early age. Can you imagine being an 8, 9-year-old girl and you're having to go to school and that's happening?
Yeah.
Or for boys, you have that because you're overweight, it suppresses testosterone production. Because being overweight, actually for men, you produce more estrogen, and estrogen actually inhibits testosterone.
Wow.
So this is why, and so you need testosterone for men for those secondary sex characteristics. So like facial hair, also is part of the process of boys going into puberty, where you do the colloquial testicle drop, if you will. That's part of the deepening of the voice. So when those things, being overweight actually throws much of that out of cycle. Okay. And so again, this is a whole topic. I don't want to take up the other brother's time, but I just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah. And shout out to brother Sun is Hot Raw for the 10 shillings. I think that is. Is that shillings, brother Sun?
Those are pounds.
Pounds. Okay. My bad. Okay, my bad. I'm stupid. I'm an old nigga. I'm sorry, y'all. Carbohydrates is not the issue. In fact, you need carbs for energy. It's the overconsumption of processed carbs and foods in general. But if you have good carbs in moderation, it can be beneficial. Exactly. But if you're a kid, the only carbs you getting is what your old mammy give you. So I mean, you kind of messed up in the game if you a little fella and you 3 and 4 years old and your mama feeding you all kinds of crap, and you can't do nothing about it. You can't do nothing about it. But we've been joined by my Chi-Town brother. It's been a minute, man. Perfect Black. What's good with it, man?
Hey, what's going on? What's going on, Brother X, man? And I have to apologize. I did get your email, but for the last one, but I was indisposed. I was busy with a lot
man,
of
you stood me up, brother. You stood me up.
I didn't mean to, so I do have to apologize. But I was listening. I was listening to this, man, and I was like, no, I got to go on this one because it hit on a lot of things that that's dear to me. And what the doc finished was saying, he's absolutely right. But I would definitely have to go further. I mean, as you know, Brother X, that our coach and our mentor, and so I'm into a whole bunch of athletics, and one of the things I was just having a conversation because I'm always having these conversations with parents. I was just having this conversation. I swear to God, I was just having this conversation with a parent of a 9-year-old, right, on my team, and we got a couple of these kids. But I was just having it because she came to us and was wondering how to get her son down to a healthy weight and all that. This kid is 9 years old. He's pushing about 5'11". Now I'm 5'8", 161 pounds of twisted metal, right? This kid here, he's 5'11" or so, right? 9 years old, 237 pounds. And she's talking to us about the foods that he eat, what time of night that he eats, how much she lets him eat, the things that she lets him eat and all of that. So we're telling her, look, you need to do such and such. Don't let him eat beyond this time here. Put him on this type of diet here. Don't let him eat this type of food here. And no sooner had we got done talking to her, we spent about a good 45 minutes talking to her with him standing there. No sooner had we got done talking to him, he, turned in his equipment and all of that. He's waiting on his mother to come pick him back up because she leaves. She comes to pick him back up, and she has not one, but 2 large pieces in the front seat, and he gets in and starts eating. And I'm looking at her, and I get in front of her, to kind of stop her from going. And I said, did we not just spend time with you about his diet? And you go out and go do this. Well, he said he wanted pizza. I said, ma'am, who's spending the money on it? Who got the job and who don't have the job? Well, he said he wanted it. We couldn't get past that point. I had to walk away. I had to literally walk away and go deal with other kids and get it out of my mind. Because this is what we are dealing with. I swear to God, I wish you guys can come to our practice and see some of these kids. It is amazing. I can't tell you how many times I say to other coaches, these parents ought to be ashamed of themselves. They ought to be ashamed of themselves to let your 9, 10, 11, 12-year-old kid get to the point that they are, and then you turn around and say, well, he's big-boned. Oh, he's just, genetic. No, I'm looking at the mother. And the mother is overweight.
Of course.
And then the sister comes out, and they all overweight.
Of course.
And it really bothers me. And I've been warned. I've been told by our program president to not really go too deep off into this, because this is something that really bothers me, because me being a coach, and if you're going to have these kids to be their best selves on the field, they got to be in shape.
Yeah.
And I'm one of the ones, man, I really get off in tune when it comes to being a condition and all that. When the conditioning our conditioning program in the summer, I wrote half of it. So when they come to getting these kids and getting them in shape, yeah, I have them damn near throwing up. They come up to me, they're gonna be throwing up. They're gonna be throwing up their lunch and all that. I tell them, okay, before you bring your kid out, don't give them this type of food here. Don't be giving them fat cheeseburgers and cheesy foods and all that, because they're gonna come out and regurgitate. What do? They come out, and then when they run just 2 laps, and they start throwing up all over the doggone field. She would have no discipline. It was just no discipline at all. And and I don't know if it was the Dr. Phoenix was talking about this, but because I was listening. And I think brothers, my wife, she's from South Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we are nursing
y'all just had a baby, right?
Exactly. We just had a baby, and she's 2 months and about 2 weeks now, right?
Okay.
And now, when my wife came to me, she was about 120 something pounds, right?
Mm-hmm.
And about 5'2", 120 something pounds. And she would often, say, because they got obese people, overweight people in South Africa and everything, but not to the level that they had that is here. Because she would say something about it, like, "Wow, what's going on here? What's in the food and all that." So when she had when she had our child, she had our daughter, naturally, no epidural, no drugs, nothing, flat straight, straight warrior. I had it all natural. Just straight natural, right? 28 hours of labor. And when she had our child, even right now, she's now at 118 pounds. So she literally lost weight. She lost weight. So it really is something in the diet and diet discipline within the United States.
Yes.
Because we don't eat, and she says we don't eat fried foods. I don't buy fried foods. I don't buy fast foods. I don't buy none of that crap. I call it McDeath and Murder King. That's what I call it. That's what it is.
Good names for them.
That's right. McDeath and Murder King. I haven't eaten that crap literally, man, in damn near 3 decades. I haven't eaten that food. You know what I mean? So, and I still, I'm somewhat of a gym rat. I try my best. Everybody had these vices, but I don't indulge in, fast, fried. I don't do that. I don't, because it's too much of that, and that's one thing I try my best to get these parents to do. And believe it or not, one of the biggest excuses that I get from these mothers, and it's mostly mothers. Very similar, I get the fathers, and the fathers that are there who have a relationship that's good enough to be within their child's life, and that's a whole different discussion. But the ones that are there, they are very strident on agreeing with me about, hey, you just stop feeding this boy this, let him, eat this. And I can tell you this: the most athletic ones, the most athletic guys that we have, the more aggressive ones that we have, those are the ones that are in the best shape. And I know this is more, not necessarily causation, but more correlation. But these are the very kids that the schools have the hardest time with, who they want to put on, who they want to put the drugs on, and all that type of stuff. But the ones who are the most out of shape, the ones who have the parents that let them eat all the way until 11, 12 o'clock at night on a school night, those are the ones who are the most docile. Those are the ones who are on the ADHD drugs and all that type of stuff. I know that's a correlation, but still, it's just that it is ironic that the ones that are most in shape, the most aggressive boys, the ones who really need the most guidance from men, those are the ones who the school sees and the mother sees as most threatening.
Yeah, it's true.
And that's just the way that I see it from my 15 years of coaching and mentoring. That's how I see it. It never fails. It never fails.
Earlier at the top of the stream, I did a video presentation, and we had the kid that was up there. I think he was 4. He's 3 or 4. He weighed 93 pounds. He's on a CPAP machine. He was diagnosed with sleep apnea 2 years ago. He's on a CPAP machine. But we also showed a girl. This girl was 12 years old. She weighed 347 pounds.
And see, and that's a shame. And my wife, she'll tell you that, because every time I see a kid like that, I never ever miss an opportunity to say, that child's parents need to be shot, because there's no excuse for that.
It's abuse.
That's exactly. There's no excuse.
How can that
child to
not
be
be
a bitch.
deemed as abuse? How can that not be deemed as freaking abuse? A 12-year-old child that weighs damn near 350 pounds? I'm a 6'2" grown ass man, and I don't weigh 350 pounds, man. And this is what's really crazy. Then I'll let you. Then I'll go to the doc. When it first came on, when I first showed the video, you know what she was sitting up there? Of course, her mother's obese too. Her mother is waking her up, and they're eating breakfast. And you know what they're eating for breakfast? They're eating a sandwich, Pop-Tarts, and fucking chips and corn chips and soda and shit. This is breakfast that they're sitting down eating that.
Soda.
Yes.
Soda.
And they were talking to the little girl, and it's so disheartening, you know, because you listen to the girl and you can hear the sadness in her voice, man. And she's like, I'm so young, I don't know how I weigh this much. And I stopped the goddamn tape. I stopped the tape and I said, I know why you weigh this much, because your mother's an irresponsible motherfucker, little girl. That's why you weigh this much. It was just so saddening, man. And that little boy, man, watching them put that CPAP machine on him as he went to bed. And his mother is sitting up there talking about, oh, well, you know, I can't tell him no. I'm like, what? He's 4. What do you mean you can't? What do you mean you can't tell him no?
See, that's where I came in. That's why I came in on that. I was like, what am I listening to? What in the world is going on?
Yeah, man. I was going in, brother Perfect Black boy. I was going. I suggest folks who didn't see, who just kind of just came in the last hour or so, you might want to go ahead and rewind it, because this is actually part 2 of a double cast, because I was actually on the LilBigNate Show at 8 p.m. and I was over there going in on the same topic. We did a double cast. We both did a show about the same thing tonight, and I was the guest of honor over there. And I was over there from like 8 to like 9, about 9:05, and then I came over here, you know, so I could get down and dirty. You know, I didn't want to fuck up Nate's house, so I didn't get too down and dirty over there, but I knew I could get down and dirty once I came home. But I want to go to the doc. Doc, you're a guy who sees all kinds of stuff, obviously. And, you know, we know that in Black society, along with other societies, there's an obesity problem. Now, they said in the last 30 years, the obesity rates of Black children has tripled. Do you think there's going to be a plateau in this, Doc, or is it going to continue to rise? Is it going to double again in the next 10 years, 20 years?
I see it continuing to get worse. In fact, if anything, I would say the past year has probably exacerbated that for various reasons. Well, obvious reasons, excuse me.
Yeah, because we do have the COVID thing. I forgot all about that, because we were talking about that too over there. Already stagnant kids, stagnant ass kids are even more stagnant now, because they're not even doing a PE in gym at school or anything.
Well, you know, it's ironic because what the other gentleman, Perfect Blackness, I'm sorry, I want to. Yep. What he was talking about earlier. See, I grew up in Chicago too, and I could tell you when I was growing up, you know, me and my friends, when we were teenagers, man, we would get on our bikes. I grew up on the South Side, grew up in Chatham, and I remember we would ride our bikes to the lakefront. You know, in the summertime when you know school was out, all this stuff, we would just ride our bikes from where I lived at all the way over to the lakefront. It's a pretty decent ride, probably at least a good 6-7 mile bike ride, whatever. But the point is that this was something we did regularly. And not only did we just ride to the lake, we would ride up the lake all the way damn near to the McCormick place. So as anyone from Chicago, you know what I'm talking about. But the point is that this was just regular stuff we did. This was just a regular part of, being, adolescent boys growing up. This was just stuff you did. The times that we find ourselves in, and you can actually see this. So as the world got more technologically advanced, or I should say more digitized, in the sense that, video gaming, for example. Video gaming has always been around. Video games were around when I was growing up in early late 90s, early 2000s and stuff like that. But it didn't become really prolific to around, early mid 2000s, to where now you moved outside the regular dial-up internet to broadband internet, and you can sit at home and play with folks from anywhere in the world. And now in today's society, certainly over the past year with COVID, we've seen that people have become far more interconnected than they ever have been. And so now, instead of kids being able to just play video games, not do anything, you can play video games and order pizza, all from your Xbox or your PlayStation or whatever it is you play. And when you couple that with the fact that kids just don't get out the way they did when I was growing up, and certainly I imagine when you gentlemen were growing up, that that's just that's unheard of these days. And so just getting out, just exercise. I remember when I was in the military, he talked about throwing up. We used to do those Monday morning 5K, 6K runs where sergeants all know y'all been out partying, got drunk the whole damn weekend. They make everybody go on a goddamn 6 mile run, and everybody have the formation get the yakking, because they understood that. And again, we've gotten away from the fact that kids are still kids. They are still growing. They need that natural physical activity to further enhance their ability to be active and to be healthy, to grow into healthy and viable adults. And this is also a reinforcing health behavior. So the earlier kids are exposed to these behaviors, the more likely it is that they go into not just adolescence, but also into adulthood, continuing those behaviors. And the opposite is true with bad health behaviors like overeating. I don't know, you said folks were eating fried Snickers. I didn't know they have all that, but
yeah, they got deep fried Snickers, deep fried Oreos.
I know in Wisconsin, because I'm in Wisconsin. I was in Wisconsin for a while, and I know in Wisconsin they had like fried cheese curds and fried Twinkies and stuff like that, all kinds of stuff. And you go to the state fair, and your mouth would probably drop with all the overweight people that come through the place. But the interesting thing about it is that the documentary you were showing, this is in the Mississippi Delta, and something people need to keep in mind: Mississippi, along with most of the states along the Gulf, minus Texas, have essentially been trading places for the most obese states in the country for years.
Yeah.
So it's been between Alabama, Arkansas, Mississippi, Louisiana, and believe it or not, even the Midwest. A lot of people don't really think of it like that, but Midwest has some of the highest rates of obese people as well. But it is not uncommon to be in that Delta, to be in that Mississippi Delta, and you see 2, 3, and 4-year-olds and teenagers that are overweight. I was having this conversation a few days ago with some friends, and we were, talking about, a time that I was in Baton Rouge and at LSU, and just the amount of overweight young people you see there, I couldn't believe it. I'm like 5'10", and the most I've ever weighed in my life was 180, and that was because I was a PT stud back in those days. But the point was that I've never been a heavy guy, but it's so common now to see kids that are 12, 13, 14 years old, and they're 5'11", 6 feet tall, and they're already obese.
Yeah,
they're already teetering on the edge of morbid obesity. And like I said, like sleep apnea, that's something you typically only see in older people. You do see it a lot in truck drivers, because a lot of truck drivers are just wholly unhealthy, but that's a story for another day. But the point is that, you know, these are conditions and diseases that are associated with aging, not associated with young people. Young people do not have cardiovascular disease unless it's congenital, meaning that it's genetic, they were born with it. You don't see that in young people. Only way you're seeing that is simply because of the change in lifestyle and what we seen sort of this gluttonous eating habits. And, you know, in all the years I've been in healthcare, man, I will take this to my grave. You know, the major problem has always been the parents. Always.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
You know, and you know, one of the things, and I think, Doc, that you would agree with me when I you know, say this. We can look at, because I've seen, you know, commercials, people having all these pills and all these wonder drugs and all of that. When you're talking about keeping yourself in shape, it's really only two factors. It breaks down to two factors: diet and exercise. Diet being what you put or what you don't put into your body, and at what times you don't and do put it into your body, and how much physical activity you are getting. That's what it boils down to. The human body is complicated, but still, when it comes to staying in shape and not being obese, this is pretty simple. The equation is pretty simple: diet and exercise. You can take all the drugs you want, you can take all the amphetamines you want, all that type of stuff. But it comes down to diet and exercise. Diet, and you can do genetics be damned. That's those two factors. Even genetics can't even beat diet and exercise.
Yeah, but
I have hypertension in my family.
Don't you start
So I
from
cut out the
negative
fried
though?
foods and fast foods to
Don't you
at least to limit my chances of having, you know, hypertension.
Yeah, but
It
don't
runs
you
rampant through
start?
my family. I don't have it.
Don't you start from a
Even I'm
negative though?
46. I don't have it. I've had people in my family that's been dealing with
Okay.
hypertension
Can
since
y'all
they've been
hear
in the
me?
teens.
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you, T.P.O.T. Can you? I'm not sure.
Can y'all hear me? Because I'm having problems. I'm having problems with
I
my
can't.
stuff. Man.
Can y'all hear me?
No, I can hear you just fine.
My damn camera's out. I'm having
I don't know if
sound
T.P.O.T. can hear
issues.
us.
No, I can't hear him. I can see that he's talking, but I can't hear him.
All kinds of shit's going on back in the control room. But
Can you hear me, T.P.O.T.?
yeah, I can hear you, Doc.
Okay, I think the other gentleman, I think Perfect Blackness can't hear you. I don't think he can hear you.
Okay, well, I tell you what, I'll go ahead and I'll drop down and come back up.
Yep.
Because I can't hear. I can hear you, you know, Doc Phoenix, but I can't hear him. So let me.
Okay.
I'll drop down and come back up.
Yeah, we're experiencing technical difficulties in the old T.P.O.T. control room tonight because my camera just kind of went out. I mean, it did, but it did the same thing last night. It went out, got real fuzzy, but it came back in. So I'm gonna have to switch it out. I do have another camera. I'm just gonna have to switch it out or whatever.
No, really quickly to what Perfect Blackness was saying. I mean, he's absolutely correct. And even when you look at social determinants of health, you see that most of what governs really health conditions in this country is really what we call health behaviors, because all those things are all modifiable. You can you can change those, and so it's really only biological, genetics, physiological. That stuff is only roughly about 15 to 10% of all associated things. So yes, most of what happens can be mitigated just through changing of lifestyle, being more active, exercising, dieting. Yes, most of that can be mitigated, and it's true. Most healthcare professionals I know, if they got someone, because I've done this for years, but typically if you got someone that comes to you, maybe they've been newly diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, or they kind of borderline. Usually the first intervention is not to stick somebody on something like metformin or glyburide or something like that, which are all like pre-diabetic medications. No, it's to give. It's first thing you do is you usually get assigned a diabetic nurse and a dietitian, and you sit down with them and they come up with a plan of dieting and exercise and
diet and exercise, right? Those two elements right there, right? Diet and exercise. You can't get around that.
And you follow up, with them for a while. Like I used to do this I did this for a couple years or whatever. And I used to do this as a sort of a private consulting thing because I used to, when I was in Wisconsin, I used to meet with a lot of brothers who were, because Wisconsin brothers and black folks in Wisconsin have some serious health issues. And one of the major health issues in Wisconsin is that besides colorectal cancer and prostate cancer is actually is diabetes, type 2 diabetes and chronic kidney disease. And so I would meet a lot of brothers who were newly diagnosed type 2 diabetics, or they had been long-term type 2 diabetics. And, I would sit down with them and, just kind of go through what was going on with them. And unfortunately for a lot of them, a lot of the stuff that was going on with them was them, but also a lot of them too were, in this case, were oftentimes married, and they had spouses that were not supportive of the things that they were trying to do to help them get their numbers in check, get their try to normalize their blood glucose levels, if you will. And so, this is typically a major problem, at least as it pertains to black folks, about, oftentimes the people that you have around you are a huge influence on the life you live. It's not just sort of these, I think a lot of, we're oftentimes kind of quick to kind of point to sort of these, I don't want to say the white man type stuff, but I would like to say that it's more or less one of these issues where you have a lot of enablers.
Yes.
And we see this all the time. Like if you watch the one bariatric surgeon, he has that television show, My 600 Pound Life or whatever. Like this guy does high risk bariatric surgery, and I think that's part of the problem too in this country is that people think that you're going to get bariatric surgery and it's going to change your life. You're going to lose weight. Yeah, you're going to lose weight, but you're going to gain that weight right back because you're not addressing the underlying issue.
Because you got to change your lifestyle as well, right?
Yeah.
You also have to
it's
change
no
your
more
lifestyle.
different than you hear these stories about, women going to get tummy tucks and liposuction. They're going outside the country. They're going to Tijuana and Mexico and all these other places. Many of them are dying. That's what happens when you don't get board certified surgeons to do that kind of work. You're going out there on a whim and you're taking a risk. But the point is that people, there's become all these methods available now where you can kind of sort of cheat your way to a better body, if you will, but it's really not cheating because you're still not addressing the fundamental issue. The fundamental issue in this country has and always has been the fact that you have a serious portion control in this country. People are gluttonous eaters in this country. America consumes just about more resources than any other country on this planet.
Diet and exercise. I'm never going to go away from that. Diet and exercise.
Well, usually when you see these medicines that come on, like on the TV, on the internet, it always ends with that. It's like, along with diet and exercise, it always kind of ends there. So,
because they have to
part
go
of
to
it.
disclaimer. Because they have to go to disclaimer. You would be amazed when I would consult with brothers and I would just sit down and one of the first things they do, I said, well, tell me what do you eat in a day? Just kind of, just give me a little, I have them do a little journal so I can see what they eat in a day over a 7-day period. And almost all of them had a bunch of sugary drinks, a bunch of, a lot of them love spaghetti and they would buy spaghetti sauce. And so one of the things I would do is that I said, okay, bring me the spaghetti sauce and the drink you love to drink. Bring it with you next time. And I want to show you.
Oh boy, I see where you're going with this.
and I used to sit down because I remember when I was in undergrad, I remember one of the group projects we had to do. We had to do a presentation, and we literally had to bring in like little sandwich bags of sugar to show elderly residents, and this was in a nursing facility, just how much sugar a can of soda had. And people didn't realize it was that much sugar in just a one can of soda. And I would have these brothers come in and I would say, you know what? don't drink this drink for 2 weeks. If you feel like you had to drink something, drink a bottle of water instead. And I said, and I want you to I want you to check your numbers. I normally, if you're diabetic, you check your numbers at least 3 times a day. I said, I want you to check your numbers 4 times a day. I said, I want you to give me your number when you first get up in the morning, and give me your number, and make sure you give me your number at high noon, and give me your number around 5 o'clock, and then I want you to give me your last number right before you go to bed. And what I've seen in every single case without fail, if brothers just cutting out the sugary drinks alone, saw over a 60 to 70% drop in their glucose readings. And that's again, that's just removing the drinks. Now, when you start to factor in all these other things, it becomes much easier. But I think part of the problem is that you do, for a lot of black folks, yes, black folks don't read. That's, no shade or nothing like that. Black folks don't read.
No, they don't. And they don't listen.
You mean to tell me black society isn't filled with a bunch of quintessential thespians, Doc? Is that what you're saying? Go ahead, Doc. You know I'm a fuck with you, Doc. You come up here. Go ahead.
I'm saying that sometimes, and I'm really not I'm really not this person for that, but I think sometimes you really have to sit down and really have a serious conversation with people. Because I tell this is true, and even going back to children, because I know this all started with childhood obesity, but this becomes a generational thing. Because as Perfect Blackness was talking about, you were talking about earlier, you see the obese child, then you see the mother overweight, you see the sister overweight, you see multiple generations within the same family all obese.
Do you know how hard it is to get black folks to really start listening to stuff like this? Do you know how hard it is? Let me tell you something, man. And this happened just a few weeks ago at a game, at one of our games. Oh God, and I'm ashamed to say this. I really am, because I know probably a lot of people listening to this. I'm ashamed to say it. We're at a game. Now, some of the parents would bring water, Gatorade, for the kids and all that, so they can give them, to rehydrate. Do you know a couple of the parents out there brung about 4 cases of soda and actually would start giving the kids soda to hydrate them? We had to literally take the whole team across the field to keep soda away from kids who needed actual water or at least Gatorade. And we had to hear people cussing us out on the
sideline. Why these damn kids can't have no soda?
Because people
I'm serious. Understand. That's the worst time to kill a person's soda. It's when they need. It's when their body is sweating and all that type of stuff. You need to replace electrolytes and all that type. You need some water. You're gonna get. That's the worst time to get them soda. I'm not a fan of soda. That's the worst time to do it.
Well, it is, because you get dehydrated fast.
Exactly. That's the worst time to. And they're over there. We literally had to tell them, stop giving the kid soda. He had his head all the way back. He got a big old can of doggone Dr. Pepper going down his doggone throat. I'm serious.
It's a shame, man, that inside of black society. I know it goes on in pockets of other societies too, but God damn it, we in black society. So, it's a shame in black society, man, that number one, a lot of people don't know these things. Number two, there's a lot of people who don't care about these things when it's concerning children. And number three, there's people who do know and still do wrong.
Don't care. Just don't care.
They do know and they still don't do right.
They hold on to these doggone traditions like soul food. They hold on to this mess.
Yeah. And they won't forego it, not even for the children's sake.
No, they won't.
For the children's sake, man.
I think one of you guys. I think one of you guys was saying about how the Midwest, in particular, had a lot of obesity. Yeah, especially in the black community, because when you look at all up and down the Mississippi, those who migrated during the Great Migration, they bring a lot of that slave cooking with them all the way up from Mississippi all the way up to Milwaukee, hell to Canada. So it wouldn't surprise me to know that there's a lot of obesity within in the black community up and down the Midwest. Yeah, because they bring that slave cooking, and they're proud of it. They're literally proud of it. All the hog maws, pigs, feast. People want to say, you understand that pig is the worst meat that you can eat?
Yeah.
The absolute worst meat that you can eat.
Yeah.
And people and our community is really proud of it. To eat the noses, the snouts of pigs, and make sandwiches out of it.
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. Pig feet, pigtails, pig snout.
Mm-hmm.
we was talking about that.
The intestine. The intestine. Do you know what goes through an intestine?
Yeah.
It ain't enough cleaning in the world.
Yeah. Chitlins, hog maws, all that kind of nonsense, man. I mean, I see it like this, man. I think that oftentimes, especially black folks, and you talk about black folks in the South, what I think often happens is they think everything, because we are like some of the most conspiracy theorist people on the planet. So they believe that
You're right on that. You're right on
whatever,
that.
yeah, whatever we talking about is BS. It's probably people watching this right now or watching the playback at this time, and they're saying, "Oh, this is just BS. We can eat whatever we want. Oh, it doesn't matter. Who cares if we're fat? None of that matters. I'm still healthy. I can still get up out of the bed every morning. I can still do whatever. So what if I'm hacking a little bit when I take a half a flight of steps? That don't matter. When you black, that's how you supposed to be." We got a lot of stupid narratives like that going around too, man. Because when I was doing the video presentation, and I don't know if y'all watched it or not, if you looked at these children's parents, man, they were just versions of their parents. Their parents looked the same way. Their parents looked just like that, overweight. And the girl, I mean, she's sitting there feeding this girl sandwiches, Pop-Tarts, potato chips, and soda for breakfast and shit. And she's sitting up there actually asking the child, what stuff do you gotta stop eating? What the hell are you talking about, mama? You buy the food. You buy it. You shouldn't be asking her anything. You should be telling her, look, girl, we ain't eat no more of this shit here. We ain't eat no more chips for breakfast. We ain't eat no more ho-hos and deep fried Oreos. You should be explaining, explaining and saying these things and laying these laws down to the children, as opposed to saying, oh, well, what you think you got to stop eating, girl? What the fuck are you talking about, woman? The child is 12. She's 12. She's not doing the grocery shopping. You are. And this is part of the problem, man. You got these fucking, and I kept saying all night, why are these kids with these women? Why are these kids still with these women? Come on, man.
Hey, Brother X, I know probably some people probably think that you're joking when you say, deep fried Snickers and Twinkies and stuff like that. Yeah. But I'm telling you right now that shit is real. I actually seen that shit.
Very much so.
I mean, when I was in Florida, and it was the first time I saw it. I was like, one of the things I looked like, could there be something more unhealthy to eat than a deep fried Snicker? I didn't even know it was possible. I didn't. How do you deep fry a Snicker? And how do you do that?
That's real.
Yeah, I didn't know it either.
You can
I
deep
didn't-
fry
I didn't know
anything.
that till I was in
It's
Wisconsin.
real, and people eat that shit. People eat it. They eat it.
Deep fried Twinkies, deep fried Oreos,
Like, man.
all kinds of deep fried Jolly Ranchers and shit.
Like, man, if people could deep fry butter, they deep fry butter.
well, like I said, I wasn't familiar with all these deep fried foods until I was in Wisconsin, and you got deep fried cheese curds and
Oh
deep fried
yeah, it's
Twinkies.
like man,
And
could there
I'll
be
never forget, I
anything
went
more
to a fair.
unhealthy?
Yeah, I
Could
went
you?
to a fair with an ex-girlfriend.
Do
I'm
you
like,
care
what?
about your arteries? Do you?
I said, you guys gonna keep me in business for a long time.
When I first saw a deep fried Snicker and a deep fried Twinkie, I was like, eh. And I saw a whole family of fat folks eating. I was like, yeah, you wonder why you that way. I mean,
That's
you
how they got
eating a
that way.
deep
Eating
fried.
all that shit.
Something else that
You
that
eating a
doesn't
deep
get talked
fried
about.
Twinkie. Oh my god.
Something else that doesn't get discussed with the whole obesity thing is that oftentimes, and I don't know, you couple that with smoking.
Oh my god.
Because the other problem with black folks is, especially when you're in poor black neighborhoods, is that smoking is a major issue.
Yes, it
Especially when
is.
folks
It
are
is.
living in very close together and very confined spaces and apartment buildings and such like that. Smoking becomes something that becomes a issue for children specifically because many of them as a result develop some reactive airway diseases like asthma, stuff like that, bronchitis. And so ultimately you combine that with the overeating, so it is not uncommon to see a kid overweight but also asthmatic.
Yeah.
And so you get the double whammy of they're overweight but they have a respiratory issue because they have asthma, but also too the weight itself actually creates a lot of pressure on the chest and specifically the diaphragm. So the diaphragm is your muscle of inspiration, so you need the diaphragm to expand your chest, to expand your lungs so you can breathe. And so when you have that much pressure along with gravity pushing down, makes it that much more difficult for someone to breathe. This is part of the reason too why you see so many folks. You ever see them go up and down the stairs, or they take a few steps and they're out of breath, or they talk and they have this breathy voice, this breathy speech, excuse me. And this is principally why. And so it is, like I said, some of the things that I've seen, like in my time in Wisconsin, I'm like, man, I said, no wonder why all these damn doctors.
I was
That's
in
why
the
cardiologists are
supermarket.
some of the cardiologists and pulmonologists are some of the best paid in Wisconsin. I'm like, no wonder why.
Yeah, they need them. I'm telling you, I was in the supermarket one day, Doc, and this lady was behind me. And she was, pretty social distanced. And it sounded like she was snoring. Now, that she was weighing in at a good 400 to my estimate. I would say she was weighing in 400 soaking wet. Yeah. And it was like
yeah, the Darth Vader voice.
That's because her lungs are struggling. That's why.
I thought she was narcoleptic and had fell asleep while leaning on her shopping cart, but her eyes was wide open. I'm like, what the hell?
That's because her lungs are suffering. People don't understand the human body was not built to be 400 pounds.
No,
it just was. It was not built to be. But I hate to preempt you, Brother X. But this was the.
Yeah, I hear the little one in the background.
Yeah, she's back there. But Roscoe here, who did the super chat here, I actually was going to actually touch on this, but I want the doctor to answer this because he would be more qualified than me.
Yeah, the short answer to this question is yes. Yes, the short answer to the question is yes. And the principal reason is glucose is a simple sugar. It no longer needs to be broken down. So once you ingest something that's principally made of glucose, like a lot of your soft drinks, fruit juice, sodas, whatever, that's just principally glucose. And so once it hits your body, it just goes immediately into the glycolysis cycle. So basically, it produces ATP, It goes immediately into the glycolysis cycle, produces ATP, which raises your blood sugar immediately.
Absolutely.
So that's the short answer to his question.
Well, God damn it, Roscoe, we had the doc up here talking regular. You got him answering questions about fucking, and now he's saying words that he's the only one on here that can pronounce them. God damn it. See that shit? We had him up here talking regular all night.
Fruits are better to eat because fruits do not have what is called a high glycemic index, meaning that when you consume it does not immediately raise the blood sugar level. Now there are some fruits that do, like watermelon and stuff like that, but even banana, stuff like that. But those fruits also have a number of protective benefits. So people, I put this with caveats, that even if you were diabetic, it would be okay under certain circumstances to eat it, because there are protective benefits those fruits have that will actually protect you from those harmful effects of sugar, principally being fiber. Fiber actually counteracts the effects of sugar.
Yes.
Now that I have heard.
Yes.
Heard that before.
And that was the reason why I wanted you to just kind of touch bases on what he was saying, because I was actually going to go to that when I was talking about the parents giving the kids soda, during a time when the kids especially needed to have water at a time when they are most thirsty, that they're sweating and all. That's the last thing they need is sugar, because of what you were saying, everything that you explained in Roscoe's question.
Yeah.
And this is why you see, kids naturally are, high energy, bouncing around all over the place. Then you kind of supercharge them by giving them a soda. And so, you give them a soda, then they're not gonna stop going. Eventually they're gonna burn themselves out. But the point is that, again, this is also part of the reason too why you tend to see so many Black children have difficulty, learning in classrooms and more structured environments, because yes, you have to sit down. The average Black kid, they get a bowl of cereal in the morning, and
a bowl of sugar.
Yeah,
yes,
bowl of
exactly.
sugar.
Black
a bowl of
kids
sugar.
Read, and you don't understand. Yeah, that bowl of cereal you just gave your kid has like 60% of the sugar you should be eting in a day in one bowl.
Exactly. They get frosted flakes, and then they pour sugar on top of it.
Oh, I know. Well, you know what? Yes, I did. I had some cousins that used to do that stuff. I never ate frosted flakes. I don't know. I don't know how people could do that.
And then you combine it with the kid not getting enough sleep, stuff like that. You feed him unhealthy food every damn day. I mean, and we talked about it early, how it affects children, psychologically, emotionally. I mean, you got all these things combined, and then you wonder why these little jokers go to school and they can't learn nothing.
Yeah. No, and that's a good point, because a couple things too about the sleep apnea child, which you saying actually brings to mind. One, the lungs in children do not finish their growth until around 8 years of age. Two, the brain is not fully developed in a person until around 25, 26 years of age. Now, when you're thinking about the fact that you have, very young children who are obese, they're sleep apneic, they're not, obviously that's when I see that, those are some of the first things that come to mind. I do start to think about some of their growth and development issues. And so you think about, in general, being overweight helps to produce the stress hormone cortisol. And so cortisol in the short term is not a bad thing, but the problem is when it's a chronic issue, when it's just chronically present in large amounts, it becomes pathogenic, meaning it causes disease. And so over the period of time, this is, cortisol can actually help to upregulate, deregulate certain hormones and stuff like that. It can turn off certain things. So again, there's a lot of studies on this. I don't want to turn this into a science lecture, but the point is, or what I'm getting at, is that it is also very much some of the reasons why you're also seeing so many young children are also at young ages are on antidepressants. You know, you're not just getting thrown on Ritalin or Adderall because many of them are also, not just, not just overweight, but they're in this chronic state of inflammation because of the obesity that contributes to all of the other health issues you're seeing, that contributes to the emotional instability, the mental instability, the depression, and two, three, when you're looking at sort of mental issues, one of the things especially is this concern Black boys, since the video you were showing that was a Black boy. One of the, suicide is the fourth leading cause of death of teenagers, of adolescent Black males. And part of that reason is for a number of reasons, obviously depression, but also too, we've seen a pretty sharp rise in the number of Black males being diagnosed with schizophrenia. And schizophrenia actually has a genetic component, meaning that if you have immediate family members that were diagnosed with it, you're more susceptible to it. You're more likely to get it or develop it. Excuse me. And so again, we're seeing all these things, and then you couple this with sort of the already present health, physical health issues you can see. The obesity, the lack of sleep, and I cannot stress enough just how important sleep is for a child. If you have a baby, that baby is going to be asleep 18 hours out of the day.
Yeah.
Or close to it. That's just the nature. As you get older, you tend to need less and less sleep.
Well, I know mine is, and she is up at night, keeping her ass up, but she be sleep, but then be up. So go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, absolutely no. And that's the thing. Like, I don't, the one thing I want to make clear is whenever you're dealing with issues of childhood obesity, it's not just the obesity in of itself that is the problem. It is all of these secondary issues that are caused by it. And again, this is not just the issue of the child. This is a generational issue. Everybody knows. I grew up. My folks, they were from Mississippi. And well, on my grandfather's side, his folks were from Mississippi. On my grandmother's side, they were all from the East Coast. But I can tell you right now, the folks from Mississippi, they came up to Chicago, and they eat all the typical stuff Black folks like. I never ate that stuff because I didn't grow up in that. My folks were all Muslim, so we didn't eat that stuff. But all my cousins did. Go to their house for Christmas or Thanksgiving. You got whole house smell like chillings. Everybody know what that smells like.
Oh, I did. I grew up on that. My whole family, they all from Alabama and Mississippi. So
they're cooking hog snouts, hog tails, hog
I had to get that messed up. Yeah, it wasn't nothing. I don't think that there was anything when I was a kid on a doggone pig that I wasn't given to eat.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It was just nothing.
Yeah, me too. Nothing. When I was younger. Me too.
Now, when I got older, I found that that's the worst meat that you can eat.
I had to get away from that.
There's no healthy way to prepare pork. That is a terrible meat to eat. It's terrible. Terrible.
Yeah. And it's not to say that all meat in of itself is necessarily bad. Obviously, you can eat things. You can eat things assuming you're incorporating it into a very well-balanced diet.
Well, pork. You can't well balance that crap. That's bad. There's no way to well balance that stuff.
It's probably not that bad if you only eat one pig ear every 6 months.
Well, the problem is like, I've seen places like, for example, when I was in Wisconsin, it's not uncommon to see a deep fried donut with chocolate glaze or some caramel glaze, and then they throw like a pound of bacon on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That kind of shit is insane.
Yeah, and these things are quite common. And again,
Yeah.
no, I
Yeah, it
agree with
is.
Perfect Blackness when he said no, there's no good way to prepare pork.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I'm not one of those folks that tell you be vegan and don't eat no meat at all. But I'm saying you
No,
should be
I'm not that either. I'm a master. I love to grill. I do love meat. I'm not a Muslim, but that meat
Yeah.
there, that's the worst meat that you can. That's the worst meat
Yeah,
for
by the
you.
time I was a
You cannot
teenager, man,
know.
I was like, I cannot deal with
I,
this crap.
I do not. 90 to 95% of the food that's eaten in my house is prepared at home. You won't find
And it
pork in
should be
that.
that way.
No, you will not find pork in that freezer. You will not know. That's
No,
a
and it should
terrible
be that way.
meat.
Yeah, stay away from that kind of crap. I haven't
Yeah.
eaten that kind of stuff for decades.
That
Not
is
eight,
that is
not
the
a
worst.
decade.
That is. I
Decades.
hope people are listening to me when I say this. That is the worst meat for you to eat is pork. That is the that's not a good meat for you.
If you want to live,
Nah, that's not a good meat for you to
it'll
eat.
kill you,
I'm
man.
sorry.
It'll kill
Listen, I'm not a Muslim, so this is not coming from the Nation of
I'm not
Islam.
a practicing Muslim. I just grew up in a household like that. So that's
I'm
what
not.
my folks ate.
I don't claim a religion. I grew up in a church. I grew up I grew up in a Pentecostal church. These are the master pork eaters and pork preparers.
Oh
I thought
yeah.
it was all the Southern Baptists because that's what my
Oh yes.
Oh yeah. I was raised.
That is
I
the
was
worst.
raised by Southern Baptists too. So
That meat there is no. You can't cook that stuff. You can't get it hot enough. You can't cook it long enough. No, that's the worst. You eat that, you might as well eat garbage.
I'm gonna tell y'all something that's gonna twist y'all stomachs right quick, and then we're gonna get out of here because we got the 4-hour mark, and I got to lay my ass down, even though I don't got to do no work tomorrow. But
Oh, I'm gonna be here for a minute because me and my wife are taking turns.
It's your turn
I
tonight.
usually go to bed late anyway.
But when I first joined the Nation of Islam when I was a young man, right? And I studied under a guy named El Rahim. They called him El Rahim, the most merciful. And what he did is we went to the store and he bought a piece of frozen pork, right?
Oh, I know where this is going.
He said, I'm going to show you something. And he chopped a piece of that frozen pork off. He rinsed it off. He put it in a jar and he closed the jar and he set it on the deck in the sun, right? And I had no idea what he was doing. He was like my teacher. And, he said, we're going to come back out here tomorrow and we're going to look at it. So I didn't think any more about it. We went on about what we was doing. The next day we came out there. We came to that jar and that jar had maggots in it. And I said, what the hell? Because it was frozen. Nothing got in it or out of it. So it could only be drawn to one conclusion. The shit had maggots in it when it went in the jar. The shit had maggots in it when it was frozen. And when it melted, the maggots were able to, I guess, germinate or whatever the hell they do, from the egg. Yes, he took a little piece. It was maybe a 1 inch by 2 inch slice. He put it in a jar, closed the damn jar, and sat it on the deck in the sun. We came back 24 hours later. It had freaking maggots in it. I would never have. I was done with it then. That was it for me. Once I saw that, that was it. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that was it. I mean, full of maggots too. Full of maggots. Closed jar.
I can believe that.
I don't, and the reason why I don't think people really understand. Just when you go to that, Brother X, and the reason why it is because there is something to an animal having an animal's filtration process, like a cow or venison and all these other animals. They have several stomachs. They have several layers of filtration. Well, pigs don't have that.
Nope.
Pigs do not have that. So, and in the Bible, and again, I had to get biblical, but I'm not a religious guy, but I was raised in the church. But to get biblical about it, In the Bible, they call it to chew the cod, and what that means is an animal that has multiple layers of filtration, different, more than one stomach, 2, 3, and 4 stomachs, like a cow. So it goes through a whole process, and by the time it even starts to get to the process to where the animal actually does consume whatever food that they're eating is actually clean. What pigs isn't. The pigs aren't like that. Pigs are one of the Earth's natural consumptions of garbage.
They don't have veins, do they?
Right.
They don't have veins.
No.
Because I know when I was younger, because my my grandparents were farmers, and they used to use the pigs to flush out snakes from the swamps, because the snakes, even though they were venomous, they couldn't poison the pigs. I remember this clearly now. I hate that I have these horrid memories, but they used to use the pigs to flush out snakes out of the swamp, because if the snakes came out and bit the pigs couldn't be poisoned because they don't have veins.
Yeah,
That
can't travel through the nervous system.
Yeah. Even if the snake bit them a few times, nothing would happen.
Pigs are, and there's several animals like pigs, but pigs are a natural ecosystem for. They're basically a natural garbage disposal. That's what they are. They are a natural garbage disposal for the ecosystem. And you eat that crap. That's what you're eating. Do you know human beings? In terms of recorded history, human beings really didn't start getting arthritis until they started consuming pigs.
Ain't that something, man?
That's something
that's why I'm glad I left it alone. Very, very.
Human beings did not, in recorded history, human beings did not start getting arthritis until they start consuming pigs. Pigs was not. That is an animal that was not meant for human consumption. It was meant. It is a natural garbage disposal for the ecosystem.
Yeah, they were meant for chasing poisonous snakes out of swamps. That's what they.
And eating. They can literally eat. They can eat the shit of any animal and not get sick and die. And you want to eat that?
Yeah. Crazy.
No. That is an animal you don't need to be eating. And that animal's not the only animal, but that is one of the animals that's on the face of the planet you should not be eating. You should not be eating. That is the worst. I know we like to eat the guts and the noses and the snouts and all that. There's nothing on the pig that we don't eat other than the teeth. I haven't heard anybody say that they eat teeth. But there's nothing on the pig that is not consumed. And we wonder why we are in such bad health.
They eat
I've never understood what was the allure of that. Because like I said, I remember going to my cousin's aunt's house and uncle's house for holidays and stuff like that, or summers for barbecue, and whole house smell like chitlins, and I just remember just going in, and I just had this reaction, and they're all it would be like Christmas, and they're all sitting down, they all got bowls of chitlins, and throwing a crap load of hot sauce, which I'm not about to go there because but and I just understand, like, and I remember me and my cousin, him and I used to go back and forth when we were kids. I'm like, how do you eat that? That's just so disgusting. I mean, because it was horrible. It smelled horrible. It just looked horrible, and it was just like these little grayish, pale-looking things, and they still smelled even when you were eating them. And I didn't understand it. And so, yeah, I don't know.
Well, people eat anything. I can say, like, that's why I always go back to the passed down slave culture. Because when slaves, they didn't have anything. They literally had to eat scraps of what the slave masters didn't eat. And it was often the pig snoots, the feet, the ears, the guts, or what they would call the innards. The innards to being in any type of internal organ, that type of stuff. Slave masters didn't eat that. They ate the choice parts of the animal, the loins and the ribs and that type of stuff. But outside of that, they just threw everything else away. So we made a culture of it, because that was all that we had. Now, for me, now the way I see it is that that doesn't mean that we need to do it now, because we don't have to eat that crap now.
Yeah, it's time to get rid of that.
We don't have to eat that mess now.
Yeah,
we're willfully holding on to a slave culture that was forced upon us because, and I don't blame our ancestors, because they didn't have anything. It was all about survival. When you talk about survival, you eat anything with survival. I hate people say, "What would you do if you was alone in the woods?" Well, I'm not alone in the woods. God damn it! I can afford.
You still wouldn't be eating pigs. Right. Probably be eating
exactly. I can afford venison and lamb.
Yeah.
Damn it.
We just love it, man. We won't say it. We need to just say it.
We just love it.
We just love the shit.
It cooks
That's
real
all it
easy.
is.
As a grill master myself, I can tell you it cooks real easy.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It tastes. Right. It like where it tastes.
Yeah,
likes the flavor. It's very easy. It's easy. It's easy to season. It's very easy to season.
Well,
I mean, and it doesn't take it doesn't take long to marinate. Yep. And I would say that anything that whenever you're eating dirt and vomit and everything else, it's not gonna take long to marinate on that. Of course, I mean your skin and nothing like this is gonna be very tasty.
Yeah, it's simple. It's simple as this. We like it, but I'm about to wrap this thing up. Any final words before we peel out of here, brothers?
No, I think maybe sometime when I have some time, maybe you and I can do a continuation of this.
That's
kind of
absolutely,
follow this, from childhood into adolescence and
what you
doing
next Wednesday? What you doing next Wednesday? Is next Wednesday's open?
Okay, well let's shoot for that then. Let's shoot for that. Let me make sure I don't have nothing going on, but I think we should probably shoot it.
Just hit me up, and when you hit me up, that's when I'll put the thumbnail up.
Okay, gotcha.
All right.
Well, hit me up, Brother X, and next time what I'll do, I'll put it on my calendar because I live by my calendar. I get so busy, man, and I live on my calendar. So hit me up in the text, text me so I can put it on my calendar.
Yeah, because I got your phone number, brother.
Right, that's what I said. Just text me. Go ahead and text me. That way, when you text me, I can say, okay, I'm going to put it on my calendar now. That way, I can have it put aside, and it sends me automatic reminders and all that type of stuff because I get so busy. So especially this time of year, just
so
send
it's
me.
Kind of in the air right now, but we getting together, kind of, sort of. Hopefully Wednesday is what it's looking like right now, right? It's
absolutely.
Yeah, let me I'll have to check my schedule, see, make sure I ain't got anything conflicting, and I will definitely let you know tomorrow, probably tomorrow morning for sure.
All right, man. Sounds like a plan, man. I appreciate it as always, Doc Phoenix. You already know what it is.
No, thank you for having me, brother. You've always
absolutely.
So thank you.
Absolutely. And you too, brother Perfect Black, man. You got to come back more often, man. Been a while since you've been up here, brother.
Yeah, man.
Pleasure talking with you, brother.
Yeah, I get so busy. I get so busy, man. Especially now with the football season now, and the restrictions on COVID is being lifted. So now we getting a whole bunch of folks, a whole bunch of parents who don't want to parent their kid. They want to dump them off on us. So, so we're getting a lot of that, man. And so we got several things. Obama was here. And last what was it, a week and a half ago, and we were on TV, so we've had to deal with that. Yeah, he was here, and because our field, they're taking the field where they're going to put his library there. So, and they did, but they did a whole spread, man, on pretty much all the channels, and we all were on the news once again. So,
that must have been when he That must have been when he taped that little that documentary / news / infomercial for CNN and all that. Okay.
Well, it was actually before then, but yeah.
What then?
Yeah, it was actually before, and I probably send you a link because he actually put it on his Facebook. He put it on his on his Twitter. He put it on his Twitter, and we were all there. So the whole team is really in the whole nine. So and we've been kind of
shoot me that link. Shoot me that link when you get some time, brother. Check it out.
Absolutely.
All right.
You'll see me there because I'm there. I'm there. And all that.
Shoot me that, man. Shoot me that when you get some time, brother. shoot me that link. But I appreciate both of you brothers, man. And
no, thank you for having me, brother. Like I said, as always, you always been a gracious host.
So tentatively Wednesday, we back at it.
Absolutely.
Like I
send that link. Send it to me in the text, man, so I can put it on my calendar.
We'll do, brother.
I will definitely hit you up in the morning and let you know.
Appreciate it, Doc.
All
Phoenix.
right. Thank you.
Peace, brother. Perfect Black. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up. Let me see if because I was actually in the back fucking with my camera while we was talking, y'all. And of course it's not working. I think my camera's blown, y'all. I don't know what the hell happened, man. Shit just fucked up. But to wrap up, yeah, man, good stuff tonight, man. I appreciate everybody tonight. This was a long night. This night started at like 8 o'clock, y'all. So, we've been going at it for a long time. Y'all know, I'll say this again one final time. We did a double cast tonight because I also did this same topic over on Brother Nate's show. I was there at 8 o'clock. I stayed there till 9, and then I came over here and we did the same topic over here with a little bit more in depth here because I knew I could come over here and go ham. I didn't want to jeopardize my boy's channel. That's why I didn't really really get into it the way I did tonight. If you came in late, you probably want to go back and check it out, man. It was some good stuff going down. Brother Sir Tice was up here, and I did a few video presentations. I threw a few stats and articles up on as well, and we talked about it, man. We got at it tonight. And also, you need to go down there and check out LilBigNate as well, because like I said, we did a double cast, and we were over there talking about it, going in on it as well. So it's been a good night. It's been a good topic. A lot of good brothers came through. A lot of good brothers came through on LilBigNate Show, and a lot of good brothers came through over here. I had a lot of interesting things that I was showing tonight, so I suggest you go ahead and rewind it and watch this here stream. I know it's long. It's going to be like 4 hours and 20 minutes, but I think you will enjoy it. Just make sure you don't have anything to do. That's all. But I'm just going to close out with this, man. When it comes down to it, man, y'all know my motto. I don't really give a shit what adults do, man. Adults are adults. They are allowed to do whatever they want to do. I don't think they can be changed or controlled. I don't. But tonight, on LilBigNate's and on mine, we were talking about the children and how they're affected by these obesity and everything that's related to obesity. You heard us talk about the pulmonary diseases, the cardiovascular diseases, the type 2 children diabetes, the stressors, the joint problems, and all of the other things that go on with that. So what it comes down to is this, man. If you have children, you have small children that you are responsible for, and you are their parent, man, you have to take control over what they eat. And I mean take control of it. You can't sit back and leave a kid to his own devices when it comes to diet and nutrition. That's absurd. And anyone who doesn't think so is out of their freaking mind. It's absurd to leave a child to their own devices when it comes to nutrition. If you've been here the whole stream, you've seen this lady who has a 4-year-old child who weighs damn near 100 pounds. And you know what her damn excuse was? oh, he just pleased with me and I can't say no. To a 3 and 4 year old. A 3 and 4 year old. It's absolutely absurd, man. Because if you're not going to be aware of what these kids are ingesting, if you're not going to take it more seriously, if you're not going to read labels, if you're not going to curb your eating habits and how you shop and how you buy things, at the very least, you should be willing to sacrifice for that kid. You should be willing to compromise for that kid. You should be willing to be a parent. That's right, a parent. And when you're a parent, sometimes, and usually most of the times, you find yourself doing things that your children do not like. But that's okay. That's okay. Because what you'll be teaching them is how to take the short-term L for the long-term W. Because usually that's what parenting is about. Teaching your children to be responsible. Not just responsible with their personality, but also responsible with their habits, especially when it comes to eating. You got 25% of freaking black children between the ages of 2 and 12 obese. Not overweight, freaking obese. And we want to blame it on everything. We want to blame it on society, the white man, food deserts, and everything else. But sit back and leapfrog over the person who's shoving it down their throats. We have to stop doing this, y'all. And I know y'all don't like it. Oh, man, you're talking about women, this and that. But somehow, it seems like most of the children who are enduring this shit, who are they with? Who are they living with? Who's force feeding them? Who's making them copies of their own selves? We got to blame somebody. Because if we don't blame somebody, I truly believe that we'll continue to just keep feeding the freaking failure. Because make no mistake, man. When you got a 12-year-old girl that weighs 350 pounds, you got a 4-year-old boy who weighed damn near 100 pounds, you best believe you're feeding these kids failure. You're setting them on a path for all kinds of mess. And I ain't just talking about diseases. You're talking about risking their potential economic earnings in the future. You're talking about the medical bills they will endure. You're talking about the social currency that they probably will lose. The self-esteem issues, problems with their joints, problem with their hearts, high cholesterol, hypertension, all these things. This is what you're exposing them to. All because you ain't responsible enough to make sure they're eating right. And it probably all comes back to the fact that you ain't responsible enough to make sure your ass is eating right. So, of course, you feed them failure. Why? Because that's what you're feeding your goddamn self. That's all. But anyway, I appreciate everybody coming out tonight, man. Good stuff tonight. Shout out to Brother Perfect Blackness. Shout out to Doc Phoenix. Shout out to Brother Sir Tyson. Also, shout out to my man, LilBigNate. We're probably going to do something like this again next Wednesday. We kind of set it up tentatively. I got to wait till Brother Doc Phoenix hit me up, but he's usually a pretty reliable guy. I'm probably 99.999% sure that he's going to write me and say we're going to do it. So look forward next week, man, to something else like this, man, where we're going to talk about nutrition, diet, and how to stave off some of these obesity-related things. Because one thing about obesity, man, the shit is preventable. So what does that mean? A lot of those diseases that's obesity-related, they're preventable too. That's all. But anyway, appreciate all y'all coming out tonight, man. As always, sticking around, man, hanging out with us, spending some time with us. It's always appreciated. I'm going to have to swap out this damn camera. I think it blew out tonight, y'all. I appreciate all the cash apps, all the super chats, but most importantly, man, I appreciate y'all participation. I appreciate y'all attendance, and I just appreciate y'all, period, for being here. I don't take y'all lightly, man. I never have, and I never will. You got my word on that. You know? So, with that, I will leave you good folks with 3 words. You know, like I always do. Well, actually, I'm going to leave y'all with the opening that I used. Y'all get to see it again. Peace. Folks, this is X with another.
The darkness continues.
This black woman has done a job on her children. And the residual effects of her failure are evident all in Black America.
Them old mama.
Dark exodus.
We gotta stop this shit.
Think about this. Dark exodus. The protest.
We gotta stop this shit from happening to us. We gotta stop this shit from happening to us.
Dark exodus. Yeah, X.
We gotta stop this shit.
You understand?
Dark exit, dark exit, dark exit. Yeah, exit.
Open your mind.
We gotta stop this shit.
You understand?
Dark exit, dark exit, dark exit.
Open your mind.
Yeah, exit.
We gotta stop this shit. After tough.
Dark exit, dark exit, dark exit, dark exit.
You know.
Open your
Dark exodus, dark exodus, dark exodus, dark exodus.
Only from T.P.O.T. Media. Open your mind.